This is broken.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of December 2025's Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. My name is Anyele Halova, Chair of the Commission, and I will be chairing the meeting today. Adam, please continue the meeting.
Good morning. Chair Halova, commissioners, guests, community members, and staff. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of the Land Conservation and Development Commission's December 2025 meeting. For the record, my name is Adam Buell, Commission Assistant for the Land Conservation Development Department. I'll make note of a few things, including best practices for participation. One moment. Apologies for the delay.
Maybe just the mic, if you could bring it, pull the whole thing closer.
Of course.
Thank you.
Recordings of the Commission's meetings are available on YouTube. For those individuals joining us via Zoom, please use the public comment sign-up form on our website. While 3 minutes for public testimony is typical, the chair may reduce the time according to the number of people signed up to testify and other schedule demands. Zoom participants, please rename yourselves with first and last name so we can identify you and bring you forward at your opportunity to speak. Zoom participants will be in listen-only mode until called on to testify. Commissioners, to promote audio clarity, please speak directly into the microphones during discussions. Again, we thank you all for being here with us today. Chair Halova, the meeting is yours.
Thank you, Adam. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Bennett?
Present.
Commissioner Boyer?
Present.
Commissioner Porter?
Present.
Commissioner Thompson?
Present.
Commissioner Warren?
Commissioner Warren has a excused absent.
Chair Lazo?
Present.
Chair Halova?
Present.
Quorum is present.
Thank you. Before we move on to item number 5, which is the director's report, Commissioner Bennett asked to speak.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. I had an opportunity to really reflect on our yesterday, that monumental task that we took. And I really, after I reflected onto it, thought that it is so impressive that we should take one more moment to really praise the chair for taking the elephant and breaking it down. For those of us that, even though with a long history of planning, I was lost a number of times, followed by the vice chair, who was our liaison, and all of the 75 meetings or whatever it was that he attended. And it was through his insightful comments and work that I know that in talking to some of my colleagues, it was how we were able to come to a really good decision. And then we need to also commend Director Bateman and the staff for putting the product together, that the members of TAC, the members of RAC, and it was such a big effort, the governor's office for their attendance and support. And I believe it's something that has a high probability of success, where I was somewhat guarded yesterday when we started the task, but I think that we don't often look back at our successes and we kind of get mired down onto the current. And so that was a success. To me, it was a great team effort where we crossed the line of commission, staff, community, where we brought it all together, and it's through your leadership, both all 3 of your leadership there. I guess I'll just say it collectively. And I think I just really wanted to bring that. I laid awake thinking about it, and so I wanted to share it before in my senility. I forgot it. Anyway, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, it's a lot of the things that come before us, we take the staff's recommendation literally. And this to get such a robust read from staff, from community, and in hearing specifically, I would say the three of you who are newer to the commission comments. Yeah, I concur with what you said. Thank you.
I think a real shout out needs to go to the Rockstar staff that took our comments, crafted them into something that was what we believe was to be correct. And so they're not here now, but leaders convey, I think, the commission's real appreciation for that. And the larger sense, using Lincoln's words that the world will little nor long remember what we did here, but getting that implemented is going to be the big thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your words. So we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is item number 5, Director's Report. Director Bateman.
Very good. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development. We normally start this agenda item with an introduction of new employees. I'm going to put that at the end of the list today, as we started an hour earlier. I want to give folks time to get here. So we'll have some folks on the phone and some people in the room, but I'll give them just a little bit more time to get parked and get in here. And so we'll start with some other things that I wanted to bring. I wanted to echo Commissioner Bennett's comments about yesterday and really what a watershed moment that was for housing policy in the state and for the demonstration of the type of work that this commission does. Although it was rather large and an outlier, I believe it was emblematic of how you do things routinely, which is tackling complex problems, talking about them, and coming up with an incredible product at the end. I'm just so proud to be part of this group and attached to this commission. I wanted to bring forward something that Commissioner Warren touched on briefly yesterday before he left, and he was talking about some literature that he's seen recently, coming from some of our thought leaders in the state who were really calling for a new day. And I just wanted to bring forward a report that will be coming out. Well, it's out already, but it will be featured at the Oregon Business Leaders Summit on Monday. And Alexis and I will be attending that on behalf of the department. It's really an annual who's who of elected, appointed, and mostly public sector officials that are from around the state at all levels of government. And the feature item for that event on Monday is a report called Oregon at a Crossroads: How We Can Compete and Thrive. And I think one of the authors is the gentleman that Stuart Warren mentioned yesterday in his remarks. And I just wanted to pull out something that struck me as I was reading through this report. It's really, I think it's probably largely modeled after the Abundance book that Commissioner Thompson was talking about yesterday, and this idea that we just need to build our way out of any of our woes and that we just need to go for it. And I think in some sense that's very true, but I just wanted to throw out a note of caution because there's a statement in here that struck me and that I wanted to share with you and just kind of make sure you were aware of the rhetoric that's out there. There's a sentence in here that talks about restoring Oregon's capacity to build homes. And so also focusing on housing production, as you all are. But it says in here, Oregon doesn't need to reinvent its housing policy. It needs to make it work. We just need to do it. And it struck me because this quote assumes that the status quo before yesterday, policy would produce housing on its own at the price point and with the characteristics that Oregonians need. I think this sentence also assumes that the status quo policy before yesterday was not exclusionist or elitist or racist and had no problems. It just needed to be implemented. And I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what was in place and what actually needed to be addressed. It clearly doesn't understand the ONA and what needed to be fixed and how we needed to move forward together. But you all did. And I think you made great strides yesterday. So I wanted to point that out because we have a lot of education to do and a lot of connections still to make with many of our colleagues. That's why we're here, and that's the work that I'm committed to. And we talked about that a little bit yesterday as well. So the work continues. I think there are really good folks out there who really care about the state and really want to see great things done. But I think you have actually demonstrated a path to get there productively and fairly. And so I just wanted to commend you for that hard work and really setting a model for folks to look at and say, no, that's actually what we want. So thank you for that. Speaking of strategy and strategic approaches, we have been working on the refresh or the new version of our strategic plan. Specifically, every 2 years, we come back under an 8-year strategic plan and we update the work plan that's underneath it and talk about what we've already accomplished and what we need to do next in order to make our 2023-31 strategic plan come to life. So I'd like to call on our Deputy Director, Kirsten Green, to talk with you a little bit about the latest and greatest with regard to the agency's strategic plan.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, Commissioners, Director Bateman. Thank you for the opportunity to touch on the strategic plan. If folks would indulge us in either turning to tab 5 or in your electronic, you may have noticed a set of accomplishments before the strategic plan update. And we're just so proud. It's 3, seems like 4, single-spaced items of accomplishments in 5 focus areas that you helped us frame up 2 years ago. So this is an 8-year strategic plan, and this is the first a biennial report on its 8-year life. This tab also includes an update of the plan, but if I could first, I just would like to touch on these accomplishments. They're very moving. It is page 14 in tab 5. Thank you. I think so. Did folks find that? Yes. String of accomplishments. So I'll just go quickly. So by focus area 1 is that equitable planning and engagement. So this is really kind of the external facing support for cities and counties. We almost forget to train ourselves though. So in the update, you'll see a focus on internal training so we can get better at all this, as well as trying to export throughout Oregon, cities and counties, a more equitable way of engaging, as Director Bateman was just touching on. We want to make sure that we are deeply reflecting engagement strategies that reflect the demographics of Oregon. That's not always the case, and it's not easily done. So the big focus on kind of equitable engagement, you can see there with housing funding produced an equitable engagement toolkit that was actually a housing and transportation collaboration. So for both the housing rules and the transportation planning rules, the CFEC rules, very useful. Updated the ONA. So obviously did that yesterday, developed a community explorer mapping tool to go along with that equitable engagement toolkit to help local governments more easily identify the demographics in their communities. Geospatially, it uses a new sort of hex grid, which is much more fine grained than the census-based mapping and analysis we've always done to date. So new technologies. I can't resist mentioning that the communications team produced over 20 fact sheets and brochures on a range of topics. They also developed a draft agency strategic communications plan, which we're updating now. Director Bateman spoke last night about the Student Planning Day, always really inspiring for us. And then if you're not following us on LinkedIn, please do. Doubled our subscribers last year, Julia and her incredible and informative posts. We're picking up followers all the time. So please follow and share. In robust operations, this is focus area 2 is really the inward facing, and it's really the under the leadership of my co-deputy director, Josh Hardage, director of operations, who's here. But his HR team, IT team, data mapping and governance team, you can just see the accomplishments there, holding off staff trainings, developing a data governance charter, and IT's updating the agency's IT strategic plan. Josh just turned in an update of the agency's sustainability plan last week. So we'll have that for you next year in accomplishments. Obviously hiring the new staff and getting the grants underway to help implement Governor Kotek's Housing and Homelessness Initiative. Develop the entire data and mapping production services team that did not exist 2 years ago. So there's staff in there under director's leadership. We were able to increase our capacity there greatly. It's unprecedented in DLCD's history to have that kind of mapping and data availability under leadership of Joshua Tanner. And then Director Bateman's also, I just wanted to mention updating the state agency coordination agreement. So I'm not sure if you were going to touch on that. I don't want to steal your thunder, Director. Okay. I think it's 6. Is it 6? Yeah. So many. We lose count. So after not having state agency coordination agreements updated for about 30 or 40 years, Director Bateman's leading a good little swarm of them to be updated this year in natural resource agencies. I don't have the full list, but it's impressive indeed. We're super excited about that. Updating contracts and procurement systems. So again, huge under the hood operational improvements here, just making leaps and bounds of improvements that help us get organized and doing things more efficiently, more correctly. And then also under the Chief Operating Officer's leadership, developing an updated grants management system. So really important work under the hood, helps us move better, faster, stronger. I'll speed up a little bit here just because I know folks are coming in to introduce themselves and you have lots of business today. Focus area 3 focuses on community resilience. So a foundational piece there was updating the state's natural hazard mitigation plan for the next 5 years. So that's the entire state's natural hazard mitigation plan. Pretty proud of that. It's under Matt Crowell's group. We do it on contract for the Oregon Emergency Management Program. So really looking forward to working at implementing that with the governor's office. They're developing a plan for Resilient Oregon we're participating in. Assisted 8 counties, 68 cities, and 17 special districts in completing updated natural hazard mitigation plans through federal funding. Supported Dagami to do hazard mapping in a number of counties you see there. We're working to align the Community Explorer mapping tool with the hazards risk assessment tool to make sure those are all on one platform. Just jumped down to the Community Green Infrastructure Grant Program, invested over $3.5 million in 23 green infrastructure projects across Oregon. Although we have lost our climate change specialist position, we're working with existing staff and have created an integrated climate team at DLCD. And focus area 4 is a lot of what you just accomplished yesterday, promoting healthy and equitable communities. This is the built environment suite. So all the housing and transportation accomplishments in there, including the CFEC program, working to invest $2.7 million in grants and contracts to 26 local governments for over 50 projects around the state to reduce greenhouse gases last biennium. So they should be very proud of themselves. We certainly are. And I'll just touch briefly on focus area 5, conserving farm and forest lands, coastal and natural areas. This is the bedrock of the program, of course. This is the foundation. You know the work we've been doing. Hillary's already working on updating the farm forest modernization program for this 2 years. Obviously, the new rules on solar for Eastern Oregon were a giant accomplishment. Thank you for the Goal 5 rules yesterday, and then also working on offshore wind, as you know, and finally in Lisa's program, updating 2 estuary management plans already at Quinn and Coos Bay. They're working on resiliency plans for Douglas and Curry County this year, and then facilitated over nearly $18 million in funding with investment to tribes and other partners to acquire really sensitive coastal habitat and preserve that in perpetuity. So just a flyover of those are just the things that were mentioned in the strategic plan. So that's not even all the core work the agency does. So I hope you'll join me in just being really proud of what this agency and its growth has done. In the further in the attachment, I won't go over this, but you can see where we're updating actions or have proposed new actions. We've removed the completed actions, but that is the plan for the year ahead, 2 years again. Thank you. Thanks, Director. Thanks, Chair.
I have a question.
Yeah.
The partnerships we've had with tribal nations on land acquisition,
Yeah.
was it in?
Yeah.
in this-
That was
Did I
just that
miss it?
last one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the 17 million, and that was primarily the Siletz Indian tribe with two grant programs there, 2 investments, and
And those both added up to the 17?
yes,
Okay.
yeah,
I didn't know. Vice Chair had a question.
yeah, through federal funding, no funding. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually not a question. It's but since we were on accomplishments, I didn't know if it would come up later. I just thought it was really interesting and enlightening in reading the director's report on the communications and community engagement. This piece around the Gov delivery, which I think is probably the newsletter,
Yeah.
the primary communications tool for DLCD, that new subscriptions had increased by 485% in the last 12 months. And I think we all have a sense that there are eyes on us here, but that really tells us that between the work of what Sadie's team is doing and the work that is happening in the agency is really catching some attention. That's an amazing number.
Thank you for noting that, Vice Chair. And I will say, we and other agencies certainly are not necessarily equipped or budgeted to be communications machines, right? But yet we have a lot to say, we have a lot to convey, and we've hesitated for a very long time to even get into the social media piece without having the staff people to dedicate to that, because what we don't want to do is start a conversation or start a thread and then not be able to follow up on it. And so with a couple of additional folks in our communications team, we said, all right, let's put a toe in the water. And we did. And then it exploded. And we were so glad we had somebody sitting there who knew what they were doing, who's comfortable in this space, who was able to help us out. And she's really good at, finding and posting success stories, not only about us, but about our partners. And that's been a really fun space to be in now that we feel like we're a little better staff equipped for it.
I was going to add, that's like been the easiest thing for me, reaching out to community. It's like there's a grant on LinkedIn and I send it. So I'm constantly sending social media posts to people about opportunities for them to either be on a rack or go for some funding. And so the visibility of that work, and there's so many things that I care about in relation to this department, but the one thing that I feel like for me has not fully been accomplished is communications. And now it's like only now that we have the staff to do it, but it's like when I'm sure you get this when you're out and about and people tell you things and you're like, that's not at all what's happening. And it's extremely frustrating to me to be like, we're doing all this amazing work and nobody knows, it's just a lot of ignorance, and it's not people's fault. It's because we haven't been able to communicate what our department does, and it's a big deal, especially in all the different areas, housing and then coastal, and so I would implore that we keep on doing that as much as our resources allow.
And Chair, I would invite you to keep pushing us. The other reason that we've hesitated oftentimes in this space is not only the staffing, but having the correct internal policies in place before we can launch something, unlike an individual account or a private sector account that if something goes awry or you get trolled or something bad happens, you can just take it down. We can't do that because of our public records responsibilities. So we actually need to have correct policies in place before we launch an initiative or post something or start a thing, so that we've thought through the what if and we're prepared to respond to it. We cannot just respond in the moment and do so sort of transparently and correctly. So that's often why it feels like sometimes we move slowly, because we do, and we have to abundance of caution. But thank you for keep pushing us, because that's really important that we are also present out in an arena where so many other voices already exist. Other questions for the Deputy Director on strategic plan? Thank you for mentioning the grant programs as well. I did just want to tout those a little bit and note for you that there are 5 different grant programs sprinkled throughout this director's report that I just wanted to bring to your attention. 2 of them we've already awarded and named the awardees, and so that's in our transportation and growth management program. The list is there in your director's report, and also on the housing side of the house, we have paired up our work in both the housing division and the housing accountability and production office, the HAPO office. They partnered to put out their grant offerings and to award dollars this past year. I believe about $7 million for more than 80 entities, which have already been named, and that was several months ago. But you'll also see that now we've also closed the award period and are working now behind the scenes to figure out awards in our CGI program, community. Green infrastructure. Ooh, big blank there. Our regular technical assistance grants and also new wetlands technical assistance grants. And so all of this is our dollars that are coming from the 2025 legislative session. And I just wanted to note here again, sort of the speed and the robustness and the ability of our staff to get all 5 of these grant programs out the door and stood up and running really so soon after the close of the legislative session and the distribution of those dollars, the allocation of those dollars to us.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I know we had talked about looking at all of our infrastructure for grants and grant language and trying to because I have in my company we apply for a lot of grants, and so I get exposure to how hard it is and the systems, and so I wondered if you could talk how that's going with regard to the infrastructure and how to make grants easy for people to apply to. That's
Thank you for the question, Chair. And again, another example of where we want to pause just a moment to get our feet under us and also be very responsive and very quick about some of these programs. So a lot of times you'll find that we are building the plane while we're flying it. So in this particular example, and I promise I didn't set up the question, but I thank you for it. We are actually working within our operations division to put together a grants management system. So long term, what we really are aiming for is a way to track the data and also track and manage the dollars in one system. Excuse me. So that really at the end of the day, we're more quickly and more able to roll up the reports and the monitoring based on all of those grants and be able to report back to the legislature and to folks who are asking questions, who received money, in what areas, did you make them type in all of their contact information multiple times, or did you have a portal? So we're not there yet with the portal, but we are working on a system. We've brought in business analysts to help us figure out what are all the pieces that we need as we manage these programs. How can we knit them together, and what platform could we use to manage this more holistically across an agency instead of across 5 different programs? So still in progress, but very much in those discussions now.
When do you think that portal would be up? And I'm just curious.
I think it'll be a while. I mean, we're still pulling together the criteria that we need, and then there's a whole procurement piece that goes along with that. So it would take a while to build. But in the meantime, we are talking amongst the teams and trying to make things as consistent and easy as possible, and get those dollars out the door immediately. A couple other things I wanted to bring to your attention. I gave you the list of grants that are currently in play. And similarly, of course, we have rules advisory committees that are also in play, up and running. You've seen mention of those in previous meetings as you looked at our policy agenda and approved it. And I believe it was your last meeting, but wanted to let you know 2 updates on RACs in particular. We've got a wetlands related one and a coastal access related one, and both of those have issued calls for participation, got really good response from community members, and we're providing those letters out now to RAC members, trying to get doodle polls in place, first meeting set up, and we'll be off and running. So the process has started on the rulemaking side of the house as well as the grant making side. Frog in my throat. And then the last piece I wanted to bring to your attention was just a light mention of several executive orders that have come out in recent weeks. We are going to have the governor's office join us for your February meeting and give us a little bit more of a briefing and update on these executive orders. But I just wanted to call to your attention, in case you've sort of missed some of them in the news, that there are 3 executive orders related to really climate and renewable energy. And so just sort of lightly touching on them, the numbers, I believe, are 25. So that would mean the year 2025 and the 25th executive order. So 25 is focused specifically on solar and trying to take advantage of some tax credits that are scheduled to sunset in June. Trying to get folks in that sector kind of set up and in good position to take advantage of those offerings. 25-26 is a focus on climate resiliency. That's probably one of the more hefty executive orders that implicate our agency. There are a number of things going on underneath that umbrella, one of which will be an interagency group or council that convenes and tries to put a little bit more meat on the bones, defining or characterizing or quantifying what resiliency means. How do we know it when we see it? And then how do we measure a baseline for what we have here in Oregon? And then how will we measure progress going forward? So that's a pretty technical committee that will be shaping up here shortly. We'll be involved in that.
Can I ask a question about that one?
Yes.
Are there other departments that are, how does that play out?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And so the technical efforts that I was talking about just now will actually be convened by a pairing of Department of Fish and Wildlife and Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. Their directors are actually going to co-chair a technical group of agencies that are going to be working on this. And I would say there are probably about a dozen agencies that have been named in the bill under this initiative, where we are one of them. And so we're looking forward to that, because I think we have a lot to say in terms of how working lands work, how sequestration may be measured, all of the things that we do that could count towards resiliency. Will be probably big contributors to the ideas in that group. And then the third executive order, if you're making a list, is 2529. That's the one that's most recently come out, and it's focused on clean energy. And I would say takes a broader approach than the solar one I mentioned earlier. In all cases, the general approach under these executive orders are these are things that are really important. We're outside of a legislative session, so working with the authorities you have and the budget you have for now, what are some things that the agencies in particular could be doing to push these ideas forward? Are there things that we could be doing in a different order, faster, putting more focus on? Give us your ideas. So we're still very much in idea forming phase, but we're excited that these types of issues are coming to the forefront, and that we'll have a chance to work on them with our agency partners, with our sibling agencies over the next many months. So 2 members of the governor's office, I believe, or 3 are planning to join us in February. The governor's senior natural resources advisor is Jeff Huntington. He leads the team that have been working on these. And then 2 others in the natural resources office, Chandra Ferrari and Amy Slusher. I believe all 3 of them will be here in February to meet with you. And they are actually doing a bit of a roadshow now and meeting with all the boards and commissions in the natural resources space to make sure they understand what's in these executive orders and what role they might be expected to play going forward. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. There is a 4th item. It's not an executive order, but it's the big announcement that came out in recent days with regard to prosperity. So the governor's also planning to put together a prosperity council that is made up, I believe, of private sector representatives. And then there will also be a table for agency directors or agencies to bring their ideas forward, again, within their current authorities and their current budget, to move forward the idea of economic development here in the state. And I believe there's also note or an announcement forthcoming about a chief prosperity officer that would be inside the governor's office, helping to lead some of these efforts and keep everybody organized. So those are some things to keep your eye on. I will note with some excitement that all those announcements taken together have to do with conservation and development, which is in our name. So there's a role across all of these for us moving forward. I'm happy to take questions, although I don't know that I can answer them.
Commissioner Bennett?
I only found in my packet, and maybe I missed it, 2529. Could you get us, just email us or
Yes.
get us copies of 2525 and 2526
Yes.
for reference, please?
And we'll do the last one as well,
Thank
so you have it digitally.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you. It's kind of down in the weeds. So one of the things that I've noticed over the years, looking at the Department of Forestry's operations and the way they look at carbon sequestration, they haven't counted the carbon that is sequestered in forest products. And that always astonished me because it was such a large figure. The carbon that is in forest products isn't being released into the atmosphere. So it should count. That's part of the fact that forestry is a renewable resource. If that carbon rots or if it burns, it's released. If it is milled and used to build things, it's sequestered in my book, but those data, as far as I know, haven't been used. And I just always thought that was very odd.
Interesting.
I don't know if I can change how everything in the world works, but if I could, I'd be asking for those data.
Oh, interesting. Thank you, Commissioner. I do believe ODF is part of this group as well. So it's a question I could certainly pose. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to follow up on Commissioner Thompson's comment and throughout the climate I think Mark has this, Commissioner Bennett has this issue as well sometimes. So I'm going to take a lesson from him. I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Thompson's comment on the carbon sequestration and wood products. Not only that, but under the climate protection program, we're not taking any credit for any offset projects either. And so, I mean, that whole component was kind of extracted. And so we're just looking at activities, right? And there's no offsets, there's no sequestration. So, I mean, it's just endemic in the whole program in the state of Oregon.
I know that. Thank you both. Additional thoughts or questions around the executive orders? Okay. We'll leave that there for now and looking forward to a conversation in your February meeting. So I think at this point, I'd like to take a moment to introduce all of our new staff, or many of our new staff. I will note that you've got a list here on the front page of your director's report. There are bullets in the middle there, 3 interns that have joined us, and just really for the school term. So here again, off and gone again, probably pretty quickly, although I am trying to keep them through the spring. And so you've got Stephen Yee, Reed Johnson, and Elliot Earls. Those 3 interns are actually working directly with me on looking at a refresh of the state agency coordination program agreements. Deputy Director mentioned that earlier, and we're really in a pilot phase. It's been so long since we've updated those agreements that we really can't say with certainty, here's how long it'll take, here's the steps that will be involved, here's who needs to be in leadership in that initiative. We're experimenting right at the moment. Folks don't really have dedicated staff for this effort. They, for the most part, don't have it already built into their work plans, and so we're basically putting a toe in the water and seeing what it will take. But these interns are full of energy, thank goodness, and they are helping us look at old documents, statutory requirements, and just kind of get our feet under us, figure that out. So they've been with us for a couple months. They may head out shortly, and they're currently in the throes of finals, which is why they're not here right now. Stephen and Reed are both master's students at Portland State University, and Elliot's an undergrad at Willamette University. He's a senior. The 3 of them have been working together really well, and it's been fun to watch them kind of go about this rather undefined project. I've told them that they're very brave to wade into something that doesn't have very clear parameters or step by step spelled out, and they're fine with that. So we do have some folks with us here in the room, and we also, I believe, have a couple folks online. Just a quick warning for everybody: if you are brave enough to take the microphone and give us your name and where you've come from and what you'll be doing for us here at the department, we would love to just have a brief opportunity for the commissioners to meet you and say hello. I see Adam Marl here in the audience, so I'm going to bring him forward. Gentleman, always comfortable with the microphone, and I'll just give you a moment to introduce yourself. Tell us who you are.
Thank you, Director Bateman, Chair Alova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Adam Marl, and I am the department's new legislative and policy coordinator for housing and economic development issues. I've been in my new position for just under a month now, and I came directly from the legislature. I worked there for 6 sessions. I started there as an intern when I was in college as an undergrad. And then I went on after graduating to work as a staffer in a Senate member office. And then after that, went on to work in a caucus office on the House side. In between that, I got involved in local government myself. I've had the immense pleasure and honor of serving my hometown in local government, where I've been able to see a lot of the work that I've been involved in at the state level be implemented at the local level. And up until taking this position, I served on the board of directors for the League of Oregon Cities and had the immense pleasure of being having the support of my colleagues from across the state to serve them in that capacity as well. And so having had the opportunity to see the policy life cycle from beginning to implementation, especially as it relates to housing and economic development, have been an immense pleasure and I think bring a great perspective to this department. Really excited to work with you all. It was a great conversation yesterday, especially toward the end about the correlation between housing and economic development. And I'm very pleased that these two issues are grouped together because, as I said in my interview, housing is an economic development issue, especially because housing is where our economic development goes to sleep at night. So thank you so much for having me, and it's very nice to meet all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, Adam, how excited are we to have Adam here? We are. Thank you. And then, of course, our other newish person on this list is another Adam Buell, but he reminds me he introduced himself to you in October. So we'll give him a pass, but just always glad to have him here and supporting us in this work. We have a couple people online. And so we've got Becky and Angela. Are they both here with us, Adam? Let's go with Becky. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. I am Becky Catino, she, her. I'm a housing planner in the housing division. I'm a city planner by trade, most recently coming from the city of Hillsborough as a long-range planner there. And I just want to say I'm really proud and excited to be joining the housing team and being a part of all of this really groundbreaking work that our state is undertaking.
Fantastic. Thank you, Becky. Welcome. Then we also have Angela Williamson here online, not new to the agency, but new to her position. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Angela Williamson, the Housing Division Coordinator. I'm excited to have joined the housing team and see where we can build out certain areas of the team, and just really happy to have started this new position. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Angela. Angela and I know each other from when we both worked for Water Resources Department. So a long time, good dear friend. Thank you. And Liam Mattingly, I don't know that he's online, but he's an intern for our Housing Accountability and Production Office. And we're excited to have him here as well. I think that covers everybody. Yes.
Chair Lova, excuse me, Director Bateman, Ethan Stuckmeyer is on to help praise the arrival of Becky and Angela. And I wonder if he could come on and maybe just briefly, since he's here on vacation, I just want to bring him back for just one moment, if that's okay. And tell us what's coming up next in hiring for the housing program. Give that some shine.
Yes, thank you, Kirsten. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. The Yeah, as Kirsten mentioned, we're very excited for Becky and Angela to be joining the housing division and bringing their expertise to in Angela's case, the housing division we've been working on a lot of things in the housing division, and Angela's going to help us bring things from the 1.0 version into the 2.0 version. And I'm really excited for that to kind of build out the infrastructure to make this program run. And then Becky's going to be leading the implementation of the Oregon Homes rulemaking in the short term. So she's going to jump right into some rulemaking work. And then on the horizon, as Kirsten mentions, is 3 additional planners, if you could believe it, to the housing division to work on the other rulemaking that you all have set us on the course for, which is related to House Bill 2138. That's the middle housing and other housing type kind of update to those development standards. So those folks should be coming along shortly, and look forward to introducing you to them in the future.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you again. We've asked so much of you, and you keep delivering time after time. This is a follow on to a conversation we had yesterday about really a new crew coming in to help us with the next round of rulemaking. Super excited about that. Okay. Any questions?
Commissioner Bennett.
And this might be a big ask, but I continually look at the organizational chart and I see planners, coordinators, analysts, and I'm trying to get all together in my head how this all puts together, what's the difference and why. And then also, and maybe Josh, this would be way too much, but the salary schedule, I mean, because some are OP 1s and 7s and this, and maybe I come from a county level, which is a lot more simplistic than the state of Oregon. And I'm just always trying to figure out the structure and salaries, because people ask me and I go, I don't even understand it. And is there some kind of a short cheat sheet? I don't expect anything today, because also I asked everybody to come at 8 o'clock. So I'm really gracious and thankful. But is there some which way that, because, I'm trying to figure out yesterday when all these different people were with various titles and who was second in command. I guess that was what kind of struck me. And is there anything like that, or am I asking way too much? And
There's not, Commissioner. And for our org chart, in terms of who's in charge, generally it runs from top to bottom of the list. So you've got your executive team across the top there, and then in green you've got the managers. Then it's actually pretty flat. It's quite flat. So the managers are in green, and then really everybody below them is a direct employee direct report to the manager themselves. So there's really not too much in the way of vertical there. But I think generally we've tried to organize it sort of not senior, but higher classifications are more complex to less. Generally, that's not true in all cases.
what does a coordinator do compared to a senior planner or a planner or X to X? I mean, it's just kind of and I really don't want to take up a lot of any time, I guess. But if it's something that could be maybe simplistically emailed out just to look at, maybe nobody else cares. And if nobody else cares, I don't want to make work for anybody.
I think it's pretty much a mix because we have a number of folks who play different roles, and we use the titles throughout. I would say generally the planners, of course, are the AICP series, many of them accredited that way, some of them not, but there really isn't anything in more detail to look at beyond this.
Maybe you can just say
Thank
the
you.
coordinator versus the planner. Since we're getting a lot of coordinators, would be nice.
That's true. Oh, good.
So, Chair, hello, excuse me, Director Bateman, this is Kirsten again, and just noting that, and it may be a little cheat sheet way to read it is the fours are usually the specialists. So there's fours, when you see the fours, as Director Bateman said, they sort of go 4-3-2, but the fours are usually specialists. So for example, in the housing program, there are 2 at least. So, in the policy wing and then the urbanization wing. So specialists leading that, economic development leads a 4, so I think if you look across Hillary's a 4. So if you look at the John's a 4. So if you look at the specialists, those are usually 4s. And then the planners, as Director Bateman mentioned, the regional representatives are often 3s. And then you get into detail of OPA and the way the state classifies things. And that's a deep hole I'm not sure you want to go into, but the numbering system can help be a clue as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. This takes me down a topic that I consider often, which is the value produced by public dollars spent. I think one of the things that happened with ODOT, people grumbled about what ODOT didn't do, although we were grateful for our local ODOT people and keeping the roads clear and painting the lines and all that kind of stuff. But when it came down to, do we have enough money to run that system, then there became a much harsher conversation about the value produced, and there were criticisms directed at the administration. So when I hear my colleague ask, what do these folks do and how much are we paying them? To me, he's being farsighted and anticipating that as we get down into these housing rules and say to people, we're here to help, we're from the government, we're here to help you, there'll be some more challenging conversations. So to the extent that we're looking not only at the organizational chart and the details that Commissioner Bennett mentioned, we're also looking at how are we making it easier to produce housing and support economic development, because it really doesn't do a lot of good to build houses if people don't have jobs to pay for them. And all of those are longer term, deeper, more complicated conversations. But I think that's where you're pointing us, because we've got those grocery store and post office conversations constantly at us saying, show us the value produced. And when we're asking for people's money, either in terms of higher fees or in terms of impacting their property values, we're going to be called to account. And so I think it behooves us to anticipate those and be ready to respond in a forthright and constructive way. Thank you.
And then Commissioner Bennett, I was going to say, one of the reasons I asked, I believe it was me that asked to always have the org chart is because I'm a visual person. And so what I do is when people come to the front and I'm like, who are they? Then I look here on the org chart and kind of start to understand the org chart by, oh, they presented this. They seem to be an expert in that way. What division are they under? And that's so that this has been actually my orientation for learning over time. What do people do and where they fit in?
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because likewise, that's what I was doing. But then I was trying to figure out, well, what's a coordinator? Why is it a coordinator versus a planner versus an analyst versus OPA 3, whatever in the world that is. And I was trying to get it organized in my head, because Commissioner Thompson is correct. We want to be able to answer when the public or a legislator asks us, well, that agency has received this many. It used to be 29 people under whomever, and now it's 100 and something. And so what are all these people doing? And you want to be able to give a good, clear response, not I'll get back to you after I call 5 people, or at least a good general response. And I think when times get tough, and some of us have different contacts than others in understanding that, and some of us get inquired a little more than others because of just where we are in life in the world. And so it's just a little more helpful. And I was trying to get in my head, and maybe I'll chat offline with the folks and say, tell me in your division, what is coordinators versus planners versus.
Well, you can always, Commissioner, refer folks to me as well if it's depending on the nature of the question. I would say generally a good response is a reminder that we are a creature of statute. And so we also don't do anything unless we've been authorized by the legislature and resourced by the legislature. So if you see us growing in an area, it's probably because they've given us both the responsibility in that space, and then they've said, and here are resources or people to go along with that. And so generally that's how and why we grow. It's not of our own accord. It's really all legislatively authorized and legislatively funded. So that's.
And I would say that that's been my frustration in the sense of a long time ago, we needed communication staff and we had nobody. And I'm like, how are we going to have nobody in our department? We couldn't say to ourselves, let's hire a communications person. And so as the organization's grown, director has really put the emphasis on we can't grow and do these things without the support staff on the technology side, on the communication side, right? They're paired together, and we were completely lacking that before. So I just wanted to echo, we can't do anything unless it's funded, but part of it is justifying, like, we can't just have experts without the support staff to execute, essentially.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that conversation. Chair, I believe I'm done with the director's report.
I was looking at all the old times. I'm like, we have a whole nother hour on the schedule. So I have to repair my schedule. We started an hour earlier. So thank you. I think that's it. Any other questions or comments on director's report? Okay. So we're right on time. So next up, we're going to have Director Bateman for item number 6, commission business.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Commission business has a number of components in it. We're going to start, I believe, with Budget and Management Committee updates, but also so you just know and we can manage our time appropriately. We have a couple of reappointments that we need to make with regard to LOAC, our Local Officials Advisory Committee, as well as another advisory committee that we have a seat on. So we've got a couple of appointments that we want to make here in the next few minutes. We want to take another look at your team statement that you've been working on since last spring's retreat, see if we can get that finalized and inserted into some of the commission onboarding materials that we have. And so I'm going to invite Brandy forward. Hello, there she is. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Brandy.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Brandy Nichols, DLCD Chief Financial Officer. Next slide, please. So the BAM subcommittee met on November 20th to review DLCD's budget status. It is early in the biennium, and so I will say that this table here isn't particularly noteworthy. We've only had 3 months of activity recorded here, but I can say that during those 3 months, the expenditures that occurred were as expected. So what I would like to talk about today is to highlight general fund budget constraints that DLCD is facing. We started facing those right from the start of the biennium. So the first component, the first constraint, is the fact that our budget for the current biennium includes a reduction item right from the start with a sizable impact to the agency. And so to help balance the state general fund during budget development, all agency budgets are assessed vacancy factor reduction. The standard statewide formula that's used calculates that reduction amount at 5% of the current service level budget for salaries and wages by each fund type. And the presumption here behind that approach to help keep the state budget in balance is that vacancy factor reduction, agencies will be able to make that up over the course of a biennium through natural position turnover and the time that positions are empty while they're re-recruited for. That's the presumption behind this statewide system. With DLCD's 2025-27 budget, this general fund vacancy factor reduction that was applied is at $876,000. That's the 5% calculation of our general fund salaries and wages amount. As we all know, DLCD has grown in size, and so that calculated vacancy factor reduction, of course, grew along proportionately with that. This is an unrealistic level for our agency to achieve through that natural attrition process that's assumed here. In reality, DLCD is an organization who typically experiences low staff turnover rate. So that's one challenge we're facing. Additionally, our second challenge is the bargained labor contracts for this biennium. One of the provisions that it includes is a one-time payment that will be made available near the end of the biennium of $1,700 each for eligible non-management employees to support the state. This is a statewide transition from once per month payroll to twice per month payroll. This item it's an additional cost. It's not part of the expected salary package funding that we're looking to receive in the 2026 session. That salary package funding is planned to help cover pay step increases and cost of living increases in our employees' salaries. So if you put those two factors together, that translates to around $1 million deficit. Of a funding gap there right from the start. Fortunately, the department, we were able to figure out a plan to meet those funding gaps for the biennium. So currently, what the department has been doing, we've been holding 5 positions vacant, as well as looking to reduce and where we can, slow where we can, and be prudent where we can with our operational services and supplies expenditures. So those current actions can meet the funding gap. What we're also doing is looking for opportunities if other positions do come vacant during the course of the biennium, if someone retires or if they get another job. The department will reevaluate the situation at that time and see if it makes more sense to maybe hold that position vacant longer and be able to fill one of these older, kind of longer held position vacancies. So it's kind of a juggling evaluation act as we go through the biennium. To close out this topic, I will also note that with our 2027-29 budget development, DLCD is going to pursue an exception request with the Department of Administrative Services to look to assign a different rate, a different amount of a vacancy factor reduction into our current service level budget that is more realistically achievable for this agency to meet. All agencies, of course, need to take their part in helping to keep the state general fund in balance, but when it's just operationally not feasible to keep yourselves at that standard statewide formula, there is room for discussion and room for exception requests. And so we will, I would say, aggressively pursue that during our 27-29 budget build. Let's see. Oh, no slide change yet, Adam. But the next constraining factor that I'd like to talk about with us this morning is the state general fund itself. So at the close of the 2025 legislative session, of course, the state general fund, statewide big state general fund, was balanced, meaning that across all agencies, planned expenditures for the biennium fit within expected available funding in the state general fund. When the September revenue forecast came out, that situation, sorry, I lost my word there. That September forecast actually provided a different look and projected a deficit of $372 million at the end of the current biennium, which translates to approximately 1% of the whole state general fund budget. Then statewide revenue forecasts are updated and issued quarterly. So with the updated December revenue forecast, that projected deficit for the end of the biennium was, for the time, reduced to $63 million. So the reason for the projected deficit that we're seeing in the statewide revenue forecast is tied to the implementation of Federal House Resolution HR 1. Probably not a surprise to this group, but that federal bill contains a number of tax cut provisions which will affect both personal and corporate income tax collections here in Oregon. And those two taxes are the primary source of revenue for the Oregon State General Fund. The State Economic Analysis Office cautions us that it will take time well into the 2026 calendar year to really understand, for them to really understand and see, and for us to know what the full effects of HR 1 end up being to our tax revenue. The December forecast report also identified corporate income tax collections in recent months between September and December as the primary contributing factor to that increase that we saw in the December report. Their analysts also caution and described that those receipts, we received them in recent months, but they're attributable to prior tax years. So that did improve the state general fund situation in the immediate look and in the short term, but that fact that those were tied to previous tax years means they don't actually inform the future outlook. So there is room, there is still room for kind of a redecline in the next revenue forecast when it comes out. And if you'll excuse me for 1 minute, same frog that Director Bateman had. So during the 2026 session, when the legislature comes back together, they will use the next state revenue forecast, which will be released in early February, to make any decisions that they would need to make to kind of rebalance or keep in balance the current biennium's budget. And so we are anxiously waiting to see what that forecast looks like, and anxiously, waiting to get through session and just kind of know the outcome. Let's see. That is that. Next slide, please. I have one more slide and then
ask if anybody has questions.
Oh, sorry. Of
This
course.
slide.
Good breaking point.
Commissioner Thompson.
Well, the federal funds.
Oh, thank you. Certainly. So we are still in the federal government front. We're still they're operating under a continuing resolution. They don't have a final budget, kind of set. So we're partially waiting for that. Not partially, we are waiting for that to be resolved. So what we know at this point really isn't that much different from what we knew the last time that I reported on this. The FEMA did cancel the BRIC program. And so the department is still able to finish projects and spend out the 2 funding awards that we had in place before that program got canceled. And there are a handful of hazard mitigation program grants that are also, we have that funding, the project work to finish, and we can spend those out. And then on the NOAA front, the best information that we have at this point is to expect our next year's award, which will start in July, to be level with the award that we had for this fiscal year.
What does that mean? What you just said?
Same level, same amount
level.
of funding. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. My concern is that this federal administration has a negative attitude toward what it regards as policies that are contrary to the ones it wants to promote, and has punished some states by refusing to send money that they've allocated, or by cutting funds, or a variety of methods like that. Can you anticipate that? I know that's a challenging activity, but I don't know if you have any way at all to track potential further negative outcomes. Not to be a worrywart, but it's troublesome times.
That's a fair question. But I
was going to say, Commissioner, no, we don't.
sorry.
No, we do not.
Right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the answer.
I'm probably going to read up on this, so you don't have to tell me if you don't know. Everybody keeps on saying the Oregon tax thing is tied to the federal, and I need to read up on that. I guess, do you have any understanding if that's like how other states operate, or is that something that can be broken, that whole Oregon's tied to the federal? I just don't know enough about it. That we're so tied to this federal tax. I don't know if it's tax rate or, tax revenue or.
So the Chair Halova, thank you for the question. The Oregon General Fund is funded with personal and corporate income tax collections, and I don't know if I'll answer your question, but what I can tell you right now is that those are the 2 primary revenue sources for the state general fund, and personal and corporate income tax collections that occur are driven by state rates and federal rates. And so there's not, I mean, I don't think there's not much Oregon can do to distance ourselves from that. And so it is kind of an unfortunate connection that will always be there.
Okay, I understand now. Vice Chair?
My avocation is actually in taxes. So when you do your Oregon State income tax return, it starts with your federal adjusted gross income. And so we are literally tied to the federal tax system in several areas. So as federal tax changes happen, it flows down to your Oregon tax return. So yes, my understanding is there are conversations about what's called uncoupling from that federal tax. So lots of states have a tax return that's the size of your federal return because it's a system outside the federal return. So when a federal tax change happens, it impacts our state revenue because we're tied to that system. And so we can uncouple parts of it. We can uncouple the whole thing, the whole system, so that we aren't driven by. So for instance, when the federal government gives you a deduction or an adjustment to your income, it flows down to your Oregon return, and you're paying less Oregon taxes also potentially. And that means less revenue from the state.
Had this moment where I realized you're an accountant.
And I thank you, Vice Chair. I was like eloquent and accountant. That was wonderful.
Thank you. I'm thinking of you very much in the planning sense, and I'm like, what? Okay. Thank you. That helps.
Okay, I'll spend, if I could just spend a couple of minutes on our grant programs, and then I will thank you for your time. So next slide, Anna. All right, I won't, I was here and we had a nice discussion about the status and in progress status of where we are, DLCD is with our grant awards this morning during the director's report. So I won't rehash and repeat any of that. What I will say for now, this slide again is not very noteworthy because we are so early in the biennium. And since our programs are still in the progress of finalizing the application cycles from this biennium, making funding decisions and announcing awards, we, on the financial side, we don't have projects and totals to show committed. But the next time we see this report, this will be a much more interesting slide to look at and kind of more noteworthy to talk about on the number side. I will take the last minute here and just highlight in the federal fund grant section of this table, we did speak about this a little bit during director's report, but for this biennium, for 2025-27, DLCD is currently working with kind of three big NOAA awards, NOAA projects under their habitat protection and restoration funding opportunities. The Collins Creek property acquisition, where DLCD partnered with the Siletz tribe, that transaction actually closed in early July. So that big project kind of happened. We have two new awards that DLCD received at the beginning of October, where we are also partnering again to kind of undertake these 3-year sort of restoration projects. With the Sitka Sedge Tidal Restoration Project, DLCD is partnering with Tillamook Estuaries Partners to pass through the NOAA grant funding to that organization so they can have lead and drive the 3-year restoration project work. And then the second award received in October was for the Chinook-Ona-Illahee property acquisition near the Yaquina Bay. That will be another partnership with the Siletz tribe where we pass through the funding so they can acquire a new parcel of property. So that's my brief summary on the grants. Last slide. And with that, I'm happy to take any more questions if there are, and I'll just note that I'll see you again in April for our next budget update.
Commissioner Bennett.
Budget question, probably for the director or Brandy, I'm not sure which. Does the commission actually have set aside travel money? And I'll say specifically why. When we were doing the solar work, several times they made field trip visits. I really wanted to attend, but for me, unfortunately, it's a rather long drive. And I didn't know if the commission itself has funds or whether you have to basically, and I'll use the word very loosely, rob it from other funds to do it. And so I was really reluctant to even ask. And now that I'm a little more comfortable, I'm wondering, if we're going to be the liaison to the RACs and they're having a meeting in person, and we think that it's important enough, not just, I don't want to go to every meeting, believe me, but there are some that you know, when they went to like Christmas Valley and were at solar sites, I thought my presence would be important, but once again, unfortunately, there would be a travel expense.
Now, first, let me apologize, Commissioner. I didn't realize that thought process had happened, and we absolutely want our liaisons and want our commissioners present in a conversation that's really important that you've committed your time to, that we've asked you to be part of. So I'm sorry that happened. I didn't realize.
I fully own it because I didn't ask. But at the time, you know, we were having some fiscal challenges, and I thought, I don't want to be presumptive and be the new kid on the block going, well, now I want to go to this. And so I just, that's why I didn't know if we as a commission had funds that were just dedicated for the commission's travel, or whether it's just kind of lumped in with department's travel.
Commissioner, the answer I believe is yes and no. So that is, please always ask and you know, make sure, and if we can swing it, we will absolutely make that happen. We don't have a budget that's given to us in those buckets, so it's sort of crafted by us behind the scenes, and so we do have the opportunity to move things around depending on priorities or urgency of the moment. And so I would say anytime that there's a field trip as part of an initiative that we've asked you to be part of, we absolutely intend for you to be part of that as well, and to have your expenses paid for sure. Do ask beforehand though, just to make sure. That would be great. But that said, the component that we've put together, we're constantly checking in with that, and it's part of the ongoing conversation that we're having with, you know, the new budget woes. At what point, and we're there now, are we starting to shape and pare back how we're holding up these meetings, for instance? And I've said it before, it's less expensive for us to bring all of you to Salem and not have staff traveling compared to when we all travel and we have both the commissioner and staff expenses out in the field. So there are different shades of gray there in terms of what we can pare back to save some dollars. It's that said, it is so important to us to have the face-to-face and to for as long as possible hang on and have these meetings in person, because that's, I just think the body language and the eye contact and the interaction amongst you and with our partners is super critical to how we do our work.
And I was going to say, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. But I would say going to different places around Oregon is probably one of the most singular, for me, most important things that we do. Mm-hmm. And the things that I've learned being there, walking a tsunami evacuation route, right? Standing right next to a wind farm, you know, looking at a field, totally different learning process than reading it on a piece of paper. And so I say, you got to do what you got to do. Like, next year might not be that awesome, but I don't want to lose that ethos or that way, because I think given the state's so different, right, in different places, it's also an opportunity for us to all be there. And if you're from that area, you can bring out qualities that folks that are not from that area don't have. And the comfortability that people feel when we're their place, the comfortability they feel in telling us is very different than if they come here and sit and tell us this way. So we've learned like invaluable information, and I'm just throwing out there, maybe next year's not like that, but we can't create a pattern. We have to state somewhere that this is our intent. Commissioner Thompson.
I'm delighted to hear you say that, because I believe you're right, that life is a be there joke. And if you be there, everything works better. It's an indication of the respect that we hold when we go to people and listen to them and listen with every aspect of their being and be in their place. I love that. I try and do that every time I can. I wonder if we want to have some kind of work plan so that we can have some predictability for ourselves and our partners. I don't want to make more work, but I like to plan ahead. It soothes me. It soothes me. So if we have that, great. If we don't have the capacity for that, I just put it out there that planning ahead can sometimes support more efficiency and more effectiveness. Thank you.
At this point, Chair, Commissioners, I would say our work plan for sort of when, where, and what is the combination of the piece we're going to take care of next, which is the upcoming commission meeting calendar, the when and the where. You'll see mostly Salem planned for 2026, as well as coupling that with our policy agenda, which is what work needs to be done over the next 2 years. So putting those two things together, I would say is probably the work plan you're looking for, and probably not what you are looking for, but it's Salem based for now.
Maybe in our commission, we're trying to, load everything in the commission handbook. I feel like that might be a good place to state this intention about travel. We're going to have a travel section about, logistics. How do you get reimbursed and all that kind of stuff? So I definitely think we should include the question that Commissioner Bennett had in that travel section. Ask for permission beforehand, but but I also think we should put the intention about what we want to do about traveling around the state, and I could say budget pending, but that is our goal.
Making a note. Thank you.
Yeah, because you gets a couple budget years that don't work, and then all the new commissioners think, oh, we never travel. That's what they're going to think, not realizing we used to travel a lot. So I don't want to lose that just because of some bad years.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Maybe move on.
Vice Chair.
And one way to hold that is by keeping it as a budget line item that says, here's the commission travel budget, and noting that we are zeroing this out because of budget constraints, right? That we're committed to it. And because we talk about that all the time with staff type of resources, right? Staff training, we have to zero it out because of budget. So same way, that's a way for us to signal the level of importance. I have another question.
I was just going to note, Commissioners, thank you too for the role you'll play and the sacrifice that you'll make as part of this. We also, have to cut back on things that we would really like to do and we really need to do, like training and professional development. And the longer we can stretch our dollars means that's the longer we can keep our staff in their seats. So this all contributes to something that's very valuable.
Vice Chair.
Randy, one of the things that we've been tracking for the last few years is the spin up of the Housing Accountability and Production Office. And we know we have this, the funding that came, the big bulk of funding that came, and then, with the delay in the office, we get to keep it and keep using it. I'm curious about the note here about that says the unspent funding to use in the next biennium. Does that actually mean this biennium ending in 27 or the biennium ending in 29?
Thank you, Vice Chair and Chair, Commissioners, good question. So the way that fund, actually both of the funds, the HAPA fund and the Community Green Infrastructure Fund, the way that those funds were designated and set up is that they go on in perpetuity until the fund runs out or there's a legislative change that would maybe dissolve them. So it's a rolling cycle, and whatever's unspent in this biennium, we will get to carry over and spend in 2027-29.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, good. Appreciate that
Thank
explanation. You might add something like that in there just so I don't have to ask you again.
Excellent note. I will update my note to be more clear. Thank you. All right.
I think Commissioner Bennett. No. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no question. Okay. Very good. Thank you. We'll just move down through the commission business report and take these piece by piece so that we don't skip anything. You'll see Roman numeral 3 there, and your commission business is upcoming commission meeting calendar. What we wanted to make sure was that you've double checked your calendars and made sure that these dates have been added. I think actually our staff sends you invitations so that they land on there automatically. But if you don't see them on your calendar and you want to avoid any scheduling conflicts, please make sure that those are on all calendars that you consult, personal, private, and otherwise. February meeting coming up. We've talked a little bit about that already today in terms of our plans for that. That's also a date where we will have a joint meeting with Oregon Water Resources Commission. So we're thinking we'll probably meet jointly with them across the street in their spaces for say Thursday morning through lunch, and take up a couple of topics that are of interest to both of us, one of them being the state agency coordination agreement that we're working on together. And there will be a couple of other topics as well. Then after lunch,
is it here?
No, Water
Be bigger.
Resources meets across the street, and they have a bigger space, a bigger dais. Not as fancy, but bigger. And so we'll probably be over there in their space with them for the first part of the day. And we'll come back here and start our business meeting separate from them in the afternoon. And I will also note, it's actually noted on the next page, that is a meeting where we're going to have a joint meeting with the Community Involvement Advisory Committee. And so that'll probably be on the Friday piece, and they usually come, maybe they'll have lunch with us or we'll spend some time with them. So that there are a couple of joint meetings in February that we'll have on that Thursday, Friday. The rest of the dates are listed there for your convenience, and I have had a couple of requests for making one of those, seeing if we can repurpose one of those to do another retreat. It's probably time. It'll have been a year, and so there's always strategic thinking to do. So I'm cognizant that we've received a couple of those requests, and we're looking at places and agendas to see where we could fit something like that in for at least one of the days. Let's see. The next piece is the matrix of commissioner assignments. And so that matrix is more towards the back of your commission business. And with all of the things that we've launched or recently launched, we know that we need to refresh the list of liaison roles. And so I think in previous meeting, we'd already had agreement from Commissioner Thompson to serve as part of the coastal access rulemaking. And so we're very excited about that. Thank you, Commissioner. And then Commissioner Porter has also signaled willingness to serve on the Wetlands Rules Advisory Committee coming up, which is an issue of interest. I don't know if you want to say anything about that, but that initiative is just getting rolling now.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Director and Chair. Yes, thank you for thinking of me for that liaison position with that rule making committee. It's going to be an interesting one. I've got a little bit of a background in it. We had one initial call last week just to kind of get our feet on the ground, and our first meeting, I believe, is next Monday. So.
Yes is nodding yes, that's correct. Thank you. So really what it leaves us to is to spend a little bit of time in the row that's entitled Oregon Homes and Middle Housing Work. Vice Chair has been so kind to serve in the housing space for us over the last couple of years. And we're well aware that there's another raft of rulemaking in this arena coming, and asked him if he might like to share the burden in 2026, or if he'd like the entire burden to himself. He invited others to join him in that arena. So if anyone has some excitement around housing and housing related rulemaking and would like to help divide up that portfolio, we're happy to.
I was going to say that I don't know if it's the first rack I sit on. I did a co-liaison role, so that we've had this precedent before of two liaisons.
I would ask Commissioner Warren first. I feel like he would be a really good fit as a co.
I thought for sure you were leaning into volunteer.
No.
Okay. We could do that. We could ask.
Yeah, I think
And I have no predictions as to what he would say.
I know, I don't either.
Okay.
But he's not here. Maybe we should just do it.
Going to put that in my notes, and we'll
No, the
ask
term for
him.
that, right? Voluntold.
I will ask and report back. So be thinking about a plan B depending on how that conversation goes. Let's see. And then I think was there anyone else interested in either self-nominating or nominating others for that role?
Does it mean you don't need other people for the bottom ones?
Well, I was going to say those last three rows, I think, are more tentative and they're not immediate. So I would think I would hold off on that, particularly since you all are so busy. As things shape up, we'll have a better idea whether they're needed or to what degree.
Kind of like Commissioner Boyer was already wanting to pencil her name in for something.
I will throw my name in the shoreline stabilization if needed.
Oh, okay. Good. I'll note.
Question, is that for rivers or only ocean?
It is envisioned for ocean. Yeah. And that one's a little further down on the to-do list. So we probably wouldn't know until further into 2026.
I would think that, nothing against you, and not looking for a whole lot more work, but to me, that goes with the whole coastal thing. Because if we're talking about the ocean.
Yep.
That would be a package, a bundle of sticks, as it were. See that? I can speak accounting, right?
it's also work that I do with conservation districts too. So
Oh,
just was kind of was the lens I was thinking of.
Okay.
So you have subject matter expertise.
No, not expert,
Well, but expertise.
but I'm willing to learn more.
Good. Okay, I'll make most of those notes and then we'll know a little bit further into next calendar year how that's shaping up.
And that is a topic that we can talk about for a second. Is there's two extremes. One says this is your area of expertise, right? Serve on the rack. There's an opposite one, which this is not an opportunity for learning and cross pollinating. And so I was thinking about this actually when you were saying Commissioner Warren would be there. I was like, maybe this is an opportunity for somebody who's not the housing is not your thing to do that, because the learning is tremendous when you serve on a rack that's not your core specialty. So I think there's benefits to both of those actually. But yeah, there's some of these that are so technical that it's like you kind of want the person who really gets it. So I don't think it's an either or. I think it's up for thought.
I was looking at what you got checks next to you. I was like, that's a lot. Understood.
Understood and appreciated. I'm just, how do we have most value? And I appreciate both ends of the spectrum. And thank you for your thoughtfulness.
And there'll be in a row that you don't know who it is yet. With expertise, you don't know what it is yet too. So
the first column.
yeah,
Correct.
so there might be interesting to see how they play into that.
Right. And let's see, I guess I would note on that score, the next Senate confirmations are not until February. So we actually don't know and won't know for a while how that first column is going to play out. And the other change that I know we need to make as of yesterday is to remove the first row on page 10, which is the Goal 5 cultural resources, which has completed. And there's no follow-on rulemaking to that, right, Deputy Director?
Using it.
No, first two rows, correct. Okay. Good. So that'll be updated in your packet for the next meeting. Whew. Lots of modifications. Thank you all. Okay, so I have some homework and some phone calls to make as well. Let's see, moving on. Not much to report in terms of new items under Roman numeral 5, a community involvement advisory committee, except that you have a joint meeting coming up and they're working on the design of that program agenda right now. And then number 6, Roman numeral 6 on local officials advisory committee is an action item for you. There are 3 current members of LOAC who are completing their first 4-year term and would like to be reappointed. And so these are folks who should be known to you because we've been meeting with LOAC over the years. But it's the chair, Nancy Wise, who's a Benton County Commissioner, the Vice Chair, Roy Bialystowski, who is the Mayor of West Lynn, and member Jennifer Ewer, who's the Chair of the Hood River County Commission. All 3 of those are currently serving and would like to continue. And so I'm happy to entertain some discussion. And if it looks like it'll be pretty straightforward, I'm also happy to do this by consensus, but we can take it as it unfolds.
As the liaison, I was going to make a motion.
You can go straight to the motion. Okay.
Just because the chair has done an excellent, are they going to be here? Okay, because the chair has done an excellent job. They all attend, and they're all prepared. So that's kind of some real great positive points. So I would make a motion, Chair, that we reappoint Nancy Weiss, Roy
Bialystowski,
and Jennifer Yu.
I'd second that motion.
Commissioner Bennett makes the motion. Commissioner Thompson seconds it. Let's just do the roll call. Yeah, Adam, do the roll call.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter.
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren. Excuse.
He has an excused absence.
Vice Chair Lazo,
Aye.
Chair Halava.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes.
Fantastic. Thank you all.
Chair,
Commissioner Bennett?
in regards to the LOAC, after meeting with the planning directors, I discussed with both the director and the deputy director about adding 2 ex officio positions to to LOAC, one to be a city planning director and one to be a county planning director, as one of the concerns that was voiced was that they really didn't have a connection when rules were being made, and this would give them the platform. If they chose to participate, they would be non-voting members, obviously, but part of that. And I know statutorily, the folks that we just voted on are there, but there doesn't seem to be any limitations to putting ex officio members on. We already have, I'm not sure exactly, their members representing LOC and AOC. They're also non-voting, so this would be just an additional voice for our community, our county, our local government partners. I don't know, Deputy Director, do we need a motion to do that, or do we just, how would that work procedurally?
Conferring with council here and are remembering and recalling that we've already added an ex officio member for Metro back in the day. And so we've got a precedent for doing that for public sector voices that we believe also need to be at this table. So I'm going to give council just a moment to peruse the current statute. But I think if folks are amenable to that and it passes muster over here, we can move forward with invitations. May I ask, Commissioner Bennett, were you envisioning that this invitation would go out through LOC and AOC, the membership associations themselves, or what would you recommend would be the best way to recruit?
The two associations, the Association of County Planning Directors and the Association of City Planning Directors.
The planning directors specifically, that seniority of staff to be the ex officio.
Right. Because then we already have LOC and AOC represented. This would be reaching out to those specific organizations.
That's correct. And so the membership is for electeds. They could be ex officio members, but we'd want to specify that this is specifically so the planning directors can hear the conversation and advise or be a resource to that group.
Alexis, do you want to come to the front? Beyond the mic.
Council reminds me that that's actually already in the statute or in the bylaws. So there's a space and a thinking that would be good anyway.
Council with a heavy assist from Deputy Tracer.
Chair Holova, Commissioner Bennett, just wanted to flag if we are specifying where there are the planning directors would be coming from. There is no group of city planning directors like there is the Association of Oregon County Planning Directors. So it would be, if it's a formal motion that says that, we would be unable to fulfill it. I'm sure we can get city planning directors interested through LOC, but that's just a technical thing to note.
Sorry about that. Being a county planning director, I thought they were, because they have a conference together. I mean, so I don't.
They don't have a specific named and formed group the way that county planning directors do. And I would also note that not all counties are members of AOC. So we just need to make sure that we've expressed the invitation as widely as possible and not leave anybody out.
So my question is there a formal thing that we have to do here, or is it just, okay, it's already there? Okay.
We're already rolling. Thank you so much, commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That was easily done in terms of the appointments. We have another appointment for you to look at, if you don't mind. Sliding down on the page to Roman numeral 7, the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission is a body that sits underneath the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, one of our sibling agencies, and we actually have an opportunity to name someone to a chair within that commission. I wondered if we could call on Commissioner Boyer to just give us a little bit of background, both about that commission and the candidate that would like to be reappointed, since you're very familiar with both.
I was the liaison. I sit on the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, and I was the liaison to this commission. So I'm very aware of Nancy's work. It's really nice to have her legal lens during this process. But Oregon was one of the very few states that did not have a state-run conservation easement program. Very few. And so we were leaving a lot of federal money at the table with USDA, NRCS, with their ASEP ALE program. And I have to look it up because it's a long one. Agricultural Conservation Easement Program, Agricultural Land Easement. And it's a voluntary conservation program implemented by USDA. And we now have a statewide run program through OAB, Oregon Ag Heritage Program, OAHP, yes. And there's an organization that kind of sprung up out of this, was called OAT, Oregon Agricultural Trust, and they're preserving, we also have a lot of land trusts that would benefit from this, or do benefit from this program. But OAT's been really fascinating to watch mature. They've grown awfully fast, and it's just been really neat to watch it from the ground up. Just this last year alone, they secured 902 acres to first generation farmers. And they preserved 31,000, protected 31,000 acres, and 200,000 are in the hopper right now. So it's impressive, and that's not including what's happening at the land trust level. So I'm just following OAT because it's their working lands easements, which is near and dear to me. So yeah, it's been a really neat program. And then talking with Director Bateman, we thought, maybe somewhere in the future we could have a panel of land trust and OAHP or OAHC commission members sit before us and OWEB to talk about the program and what they're doing to protect natural resources in the state.
So I'm happy to move that forward.
Yeah. Does anyone want to make a motion to appoint Nancy? Sorry, I didn't mean to say Nancy. Yeah, Nancy.
Yeah, yep.
There's two Nancys here. Yes, Nancy.
I propose that Oregon Ag Heritage Commission reappoint Nancy Dunrack to the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission for a second 4-year term.
Commissioner Boyer makes the motion. Does anyone second it? Looks like Commissioner Bennett raised his hand first.
As one of the founding commission members of the Oregon Heritage, she's done an excellent job on the commission, so I would gladly second it.
Commissioner Bennett seconds. Adam, if you could do the roll call.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren, excused.
Commissioner has Warren has an excused absence.
Vice Chair Lazo,
Aye.
Chair Halava.
Aye. And with that, this motion passes. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you all. Let's finally, in the staff report, we have Roman numeral 8, and this is an updated commission team statement that was a result of your work at the retreat last spring. You'll find at the very end of tab 6, it's the last page and it's version 5. So pages 17 and 18, you'll see 2 statements there. One is the before and one is the after or the most recent. We'd direct your attention to page 18, version 5, the most recent team statement that's come from your previous discussions with, I believe, all of the edits now in.
So I was going to say, basically, I worked on it. That's the best way to say. Didn't change anything fundamental, but worked on language and simplicity and making sure everything meant what I thought it was saying. I think the only thing that changes that I remember that changed in terms of wording was the second section had integrity. And I changed it to respect because I didn't feel that the description matched integrity. It wasn't describing integrity. So I kept the definition that was written, but I changed the word to respect. So yeah, I think simple language. I just spent a lot of time on the words, making it sound right. Yes, and the formatting. Very big in formatting. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I appreciate the work of the chair, the formatting and the clarification of the language. One thing that I raise again as an issue is the issue of bias and blind spots. I think it's important to know as human beings, everybody's got biases and blind spots. And those, that fundamental aspect of human nature requires us to be open in order to be that team that you've described in all the rest of this language. So I like the addition of recognizing that we all have biases and blind spots. We help each other see into them. I would propose that as an addition to this.
You would, or you wouldn't? Sorry, I didn't hear.
I would
Okay.
propose that as an addition to this team statement.
I kind of didn't want to add anything because this was a process that we did as a group with the facilitator. And so I felt like the idea behind this was to capture what we did at that moment. And so I feel like if we're adding anything, it opens a whole new thing that, yeah.
So then perhaps since we're having another retreat soon, perhaps we could contemplate any addition at that time.
Yeah.
And with that proviso, I withdraw my suggestion. I'm happy to wait.
Commissioner Porter? No. Okay. And I think the one thing we did add was just the staff, adding the staff to this. And language that I wrote about being an exemplary team of leaders, because we're all leaders but we're a team. So I think, yeah, no, that's just a language change. That was the same before. Yeah. So I think the only thing is that word that I changed as far as.
Chair,
Okay.
may I was going to suggest that when we add this to the materials, this is to the onboarding binder, that we date stamp it. So folks know, when it was last visited and when it might be time for a refresh, but also to sort of memorialize the snapshot of this group of 7 commissioners and sort of the commitment that you made to each other in your work, but also that the bar that you set for commissions moving forward. And so I just would like future commissioners to see who was involved in this group and at what point in time, so they could both appreciate it and sort of build off of that, but then also modify it if they need to in the future for the group that's at the dais and their different leadership style.
Yep. So I think we'll include this in the binder as the intent. I think we're I don't know why we have to do a motion to do this, but does anybody move to add the team statement?
I will do 2 things, but one, I just want to comment what the director said, if that's okay, Chair.
Yes.
And then
Yeah.
make a motion also. Also, I'm wondering, I don't want to make this longer than 1 page is the problem, but to also memorialize that, I wonder if there was a way for us to sort of sign this in that document to say, here are the 7 commissioners on this date that passed this thing. Again, the problem is that's gonna make it a whole another third of a page, so.
Just maybe put our names.
There you go.
Yeah.
Somehow indicating, as you said, memorializing who passed it and, who was setting the expectation. So I don't think we should substantially change it. So with that, I would move to adopt the new team statement as written in attachment D of our packet in commission business.
Does anyone want to second it?
Second.
So Vice Chair makes the motion, Commissioner Thompson seconds it. Can you do the roll? Boyer. What did I say? Boyer. Adam, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter.
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
It's a hard one for me because I really do think that bias piece is so important and that blind spot piece is so important. So I could abstain, but I think it's important that I agree and just trust and go forward. So yes, aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Excuse absence.
Vice Chair Lazo,
Aye.
Chair Halava.
Aye. And so with that, the team statement passes and will be incorporated into the binder, the commission handbook.
You all. Nice work as well over several months, many months. The last thing I think we wanted to cover, Chair, if you're still wanting to give a preview of things coming up, maybe changes coming structurally, and you wanted to talk us through what folks can expect in February?
Yeah. So as you know, my last commission meeting is on next February. And I was going to talk about voting. So in February, we're going to vote for the well, the question is, what are we going to vote for? So that let's just stop there. So because there was no, when I came on the commission, no board handbook and procedures and nothing like that. One of the things is starting to know what those are, obviously, and put those into a handbook. And so I can only tell you, it's like oral history. I can only tell you what I've experienced in this last 7 years when it comes to who's chair and who's vice chair. And so this is what I've experienced in the last 8 years. There was a chair when I got on the commission. That chair, then there was a vice chair. And then when that chair went away, the vice chair became the chair. And that new chair asked somebody on the commission to be their vice chair. And so and then there was a vice chair that left, didn't do their second term. And then the chair that was still there asked me to be the vice chair. And then I became the chair. And then I asked Vice Chair Lazo to be the vice chair. Well, no, I asked Lilac to be the vice chair. Then Lilac didn't do a second term. And then I asked, and because it just flowed from whoever was there who asked the next person, and then they became chair. I don't actually remember, but people tell me we did have like a vote because everybody was like, yay, you're the chair. Yay, you're the vice chair. It was only the last, when Lilac left and Lazo came in, that it was like, oh, we're having a discussion about that. So ever since I started, there was just like not even a discussion about any of it. It was just like, thank you for volunteering, you know. Given that, and because we don't have anything written down, and I have heard there is interest maybe to go for positions other than this way of asking and appointing, you know, just asking and succeeding, I guess is the best way to say it. I'm going to be working with Director Bateman and legal counsel to be like, is there, what's the legal part behind this? And then try to write a procedure based on either the strictness or the flexibility, because I only know what's been in practice. And so the idea is that we would send out this procedure. I can't say if it's procedures or procedures because we haven't done the work yet, in January, so that when we come in February, it's just really clear, and that would be something that would be incorporated into the board, the commission handbook also, so it's just not fuzzy in the future. Like, does somebody have to make a motion or not make a motion? Like all those things.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, in statute, it does specifically say the role of the chair is done by a selection of this commission. So commissions and boards do it all different ways throughout the state. You may be more familiar with ones that are actually appointed by the governor or that come, you know, through other means. In this situation with this commission, it's an election of you, the peers. And so we'll want to just put some process around that and, like you say, codify it or, you know, memorialize it to folks, have some transparency, know what's coming, and everyone's on the same page. Commissioner Boyer had a
Commissioner
question,
Boyer?
I think.
Commissioner Thompson.
This is an interesting question. Are we bound by the Handy decision when we do this? Because, well, county commissioners are theoretically legally bound by the Handy decision and can't deliberate outside the public view, because the rationale is the public should be able to listen to what we're saying about this to each other as we're deliberating toward a decision. And it occurred to me that we might have similar constraints, and I didn't know, so I thought I'd ask. Because we want council to earn his pay, so we're going to throw him curveballs.
I'd prefer a hanging slider. You know, I think that, you know, that all the statute says is that the commission shall select a chair, and a member as chair and another member as vice chair. But it is something that is a commission action. So I believe, yes, we would want to do that.
So more emails to come from us in terms of laying out what February will look like. But I think we had talked about making sure everyone understood sort of what the the gameplay was before arriving to your meeting in February. So you're likely to see a call for nominations and maybe even blurbs in the commission business with a little bit of a bio or blurb of interested folks, just so everything's laid out in front of the commission and you get a chance to think about it before you arrive in the room in February.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to go through the board handbook, but one of the things that's so important is the description about what are these roles, and that's something I have to dig into. And because I've had a lot of practice now, I can be able to say like, this is the time commitment, and this is so I'm the kind of person that when anybody asks me to join anything, I'm like, how much time? Like, literally tell me. And I've served on a couple of things that do not have these things clearly written out, and my goal is always by the time I leave, this will be clearly written out, and it could change in the future, but at least people know what the starting point is. Because literally, when I became vice chair, I was like, so what we're doing here? I didn't even know. And for example, we meet with the staff, quite regularly every other week with the director and the staff, and so there's like a whole behind the scenes thing that I'm realizing probably all of you don't even know that we do in these roles, and writing that on the piece of paper will make it just more transparent about the time commitment. Yeah, that was it. Vice Chair.
I think I really appreciate that and support writing down a formal process, and I think my preference would be a process that is fairly formal, right? That had actual nominations ahead of time, so that we don't arrive at the meeting and just yell out, "All right, who wants to be the vice chair?" I've been in situations like that. So yes, so that we do have that formal upfront going into the meeting, knowing. So there would be you have to set a date, a certain number of days before the meeting at which the election will take place, to entertain nominations, and some of that might be driven by how soon you all have to produce packets. So. Thank you.
Correct.
I think we just said that we were going to have the whole process, whatever it is, by the end of January, right? That would give a month to something. We have to outline that.
Nothing more for me, Chair.
Okay. We're on time.
So before we break,
Commissioner Boyd.
you want to take a break? But
Yeah.
before we move on to the next agenda item, I want to stay under commission business for a minute, if I so may. So we all received an email from Director Bateman about the Farm and Forest Rec being disbanded right now, and just taking another path. So we all got that email. I don't need to tell you the body of it. But I am curious, not curious. I actually would like to bring back our list that we made on the Farm and Forest not rulemaking, but just the Farm and Forest list that we made as a commission. We put them in priority 1, 2, and 3. I would almost like to bring that back to have us review at our next meeting. So I wanted to see how you guys feel about that, to see what I can't remember what's on it right now, but it just, as we received this last minute public comment today, it just made me think that, maybe it would be nice to revisit that list and see if there's anything we all wanted to take on from that list moving forward.
Commissioners, yes, you have actually taken action on that and put some items in the queue and directed us to work on a series of items immediately after the farm stand piece is out of our hands or out of our portfolio. And so we can bring that back as a briefing for you to look at and just get re-familiar with it. I believe it's spelled out in the policy agenda, although I don't know. I think the detail is in there as well. Yeah. And so that would be a place to check. But we can also bring something back probably as part of the director's report to refresh and kind of reset and say, given all of that's transpired, here's where we are at this point.
Yeah, that would be helpful for me, a resetting, because we were
exactly.
like, we're doing all this,
There's a
now we're
lot.
not doing
There's a
it.
lot.
And it's like, what resetting about where we are at. I would appreciate that also.
Deputy Director.
Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Director Bateman. Hillary is working on that. I just would, you probably would not be surprised that she's already working on what to attack this next biennium in alignment to implement that farm forest modernization program and where planning is spelled out. So I think that's easily done. Director, thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair.
And I just want to confirm what we're talking about. and maybe a step that we do need to take, because it was in the policy agenda where we did see, I think, right, that set of a public comment that said, wait a minute, how come the Farm and Forest Modernization Program is not moving forward? And it was, literally a gray bar in that policy agenda. So I wonder if we need to revisit that now and say, yes, this is that moment. The farm stand piece has expired of its own accord. And now we are moving forward with this next piece, right? Is that true that is what will now initiate this because the other thing has ended?
Yes, you're referring to the correct piece of the policy agenda, and that is the very place where public comments have been focused. We did update that to confirm that that those things were still live and very much in active motion when you adopted the policy agenda in your last meeting. So that had already been updated, but I'm not sure to what degree of detail. So it's worth getting our minds wrapped around that again for sure.
Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So I would say 10:20 we'll come back. Thank you. Yes. Oh, okay. Welcome back to the December meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We're moving on to agenda item number 7, which is key performance measures and next phase of budget development. Public comment will be accepted for this item, but the commission is not going to take any actions associated with it. And we are welcoming Alexis Hammer, Legislative and Policy Manager.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, esteemed members of the commission. My name is Alexis Hammer, Legislative and Policy Manager at the department. And today, Alyssa Bonini and myself are going to give you an overview of our key performance measures retrospectively, as well as an update on what changes we're planning to make, or the process for the changes we're planning to make for key performance measures, as well as our budget and policy development going into the 27 to 29 biennium. And you might be asking yourself, why are these two issues grouped together? They are a little bit distinct, and both are companions in the process for our budget adoption that go through the Ways and Means Committee, and that is the venue in which these are considered as companions. So they are tied together in the legislature, and of course they're relevant. We need to understand how we're doing and what we're measuring, and then how we fund it, and so we will start with a overview of the key performance measures retrospectively with Alyssa, and then I will jump into the development of the policy and budget development.
Great. Thank you, Alexis. Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. As Alexis mentioned, my name is Alyssa Bonini. I'm a legislative and policy coordinator here at the department, focusing more on our natural resources portfolio. And I'll be speaking with you about our key performance measures, or KPMs, and sort of giving an overview of our progress to date before then passing it back to Alexis to discuss next steps. So as a state agency, DLCD is required to submit an annual performance progress report to the legislature on our approved KPMs and the progress that the agency has made towards accomplishing those performance goals. The report is presented as part of the budget process that occurs each biennium, as Alexis just mentioned, and is included as an attachment to your meeting packet. All right. So DLCD currently has 11 approved KPMs. Each biennium, agencies do have the opportunity to suggest revisions, which Alexis will speak to a little bit later. DLCD's KPMs haven't been adjusted in many years, and so many don't accurately reflect the outcomes that the department's work that our work has across the state. So while we'll see that we technically meet 7 of our targets and do not meet 4 of our targets today, we don't feel that accurately represents our work. So because of this, DLCD is going to pursue the opportunity to align our KPMs more accurately with the agency priorities and to more clearly communicate our impact in the future. So I'll go ahead and provide a brief update of each of our progress on each of our KPMs that you see on the screen, again, before passing it back to Alexis. All right, so beginning with KPM number 1, this measure, let me make sure I have the right slide up. Okay. This measure tracks the percentage of cities with a population over 10,000 that have updated their land use plans in the past 10 years to provide a 20-year supply of land for employment-related uses. For the 2025 reporting year, 83% of cities have updated land use plans to this effect, which is above the 75% target you see on the screen and is a significant increase from the 2024 reporting year. While no new cities passed the population threshold of 10,000 people this fiscal year, several are expected to pass the 10-year mark in, the 10,000 person population threshold in the coming years. Compliance for 2025 is above the target as a result of two factors that I just want to mention for you this morning. First, the department has increased allocation of existing technical assistance grant funds towards local economic opportunity analyses. This is possible because the department has received an increase in funding for housing planning technical assistance. So now local governments applying to get those technical assistant grants for economic development planning projects are no longer in direct competition with applicants seeking funding for housing planning work. So the department can prioritize awards to jurisdictions proposing economic opportunity analyses or EOAs. The second factor was the department's improvement of outreach and funding to cities that had fallen out of compliance in previous years. Funding local work is also critical to economic growth among jurisdictions with populations below 10,000 people, as you can imagine. But those populations, those jurisdictions are not included in this measure. So the department does intend to resume prioritizing smaller cities for economic development TA grants funding during the current grant cycle.
Vice Chair has a question.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to, so we do these every 2 years, not every year, right? Go through this kind of report on KPMs, is that what you said? Every biennium?
Vice Chair Lazo, Chair Haleva, Vice Chair Lazo, thank you for the question. That is my understanding. Yes, except for this KPM, we do measure every year, but the report is issued every 2 years. Is that correct?
The report is updated every 2 years, or I'm sorry, every year. Some of the measures we have historically done every other year, such as the customer satisfaction survey. And we're actually moving that to an annual cycle based on a conversation recently with the Legislative Fiscal Office. So it actually is going to be annual. They're more talked about in the year that they go in front of the legislature for our budget discussions, but it is an annual report.
And I asked some specific questions about the KPMs, and we'll probably get more into that when we talk about kind of how to revise them. But it just struck me that I don't think I really have tuned into this in the past if we reviewed these annually. But I'm curious about the way this KPM works, both this one and the housing one, because what it seems to say is cities that have enough land supply, but the measure the cities that have enough land supply or cities that says have updated their land use plans? So what is the 83%? And can a city have an updated plan that doesn't meet its 20-year either employment land or housing land supply? And that might be possible also as we move forward in the ONA paradigm to have a CHN or an HSA or HCA that identifies a need. So that was like 3 different questions together. But the first one is, what does that measure?
Yeah. Chair Haleva, Vice Chair Lazo, great question. This measure specifically measures the percent of cities over 10,000 that have adopted an economic opportunities analysis in the last 10 years. And in order to have a compliant economic opportunities analysis, they have to have an adequate 20-year supply of land for economic development. So it's directly a measure of what percent of cities over 10,000 in population have adopted in a EOA in the last 10 years.
Yeah. Commissioner Bennett.
Alexis, you may be the wrong, thank you, Chair. You may be the wrong person to ask, but are we making a concerted effort to grab that other 18% of folks that are cities? Is that to bring them into compliance?
Chair Haleva, Commissioner Bennett, great question. The economic opportunities analysis work is a voluntary component of the land use program. So cities take it up voluntarily. There are grant opportunities that we do regularly fund them through our technical assistance program at the Community Services Division. And actually, because of the increase in housing funds recently, more of the funds from the Community Services Division's technical assistance grants are available. And we've been funding this uptick in the last year is actually a result of having more funding available. And we're making sure that cities are aware of that opportunity.
For topic, the bias out there is that there's no land for economic development. To see 83% of cities having that. I just wanted to note that. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair. All right, moving on to key performance measure number 2. This tracks the percentage of cities with a population over 10,000 that have completed a major update of their local land use plans to continue to provide a 20-year supply of buildable residential land within a city's urban growth boundary. Planning and zoning a sufficient amount of land based on up-to-date housing capacity or housing needs analysis helps ensure that enough land is available for construction of new housing at various price ranges and rent levels in those communities. So as you can see here, for the 2025 reporting year, the department met its target with 91% of subject cities meeting the standard, which is an improvement from the 2024 reporting year at 88%. One factor that I'd mentioned that positively affected this metric was the passage of House Bill 2003, which we heard about at length yesterday, and subsequent legislation that has included significant funding for housing planning by local governments that Alexis just mentioned. One of the most significant barriers we're aware of to achieving more frequent housing capacity analysis updates is lack of staff capacity and financial resources for the work at that local level. HCAs are highly technical documents. They're typically prepared with assistance from consultant experts, and those experts can cost anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000. So no small amount there. Much of the improved performance on this measure that we see can be attributed to that additional funding provided by the legislature in recent years.
Commissioner Bennett has a question.
Thank you, Chair. That would mean about 3 cities are in non-compliance, roughly, figuring of those, we have like 30 something ish over 10,000. So that's really, I think when you start reducing percentages, sometimes it's hard to grasp. But when you're talking about of all the cities, only 3 of them, more or less, maybe 4, depending upon who's counting, whether it's Portland population or the U.S. Census Bureau. So I think that's really a great, it's really commendable that, out of all of the cities and all of them, and since it's not funded directly by it's voluntary compliant, right? Is this voluntary also?
So the buildable lands inventories are historically they have been voluntary. They will now, because of the new Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, be on a regularly scheduled update for cities over 10,000.
So we should probably see next year closer to the 100% mark than as they're moving closer to compliance.
It's bad KPMs.
Thank you. I was going to second what Vice Chair said. I don't remember ever doing this. And maybe it's just didn't have all the cool graphs because I'm a visual person to go with it. Maybe it was just written, but I'm like so excited by these graphs. So I just want to throw that out there.
Thank you, Chair. We'll definitely make a note of it. I am also a visual person, so I feel like graphs are always helpful. All right. The commission approves. We will continue on to KPM number 3 here. This tracks the percentage of cities, again, with a population over 10,000 people that have completed an update within the last 10 years of their local plans for water, stormwater, or sewer system facilities needed to serve future land development within the UGB. So as we can see for the 2025 reporting year, 79% of subject cities met that standard, which does mark a decline from the 2024 reporting year and then falls short of that 80% target that you can see with the thick gray line there. Cities face several barriers that we're aware of in meeting the standard for this measure. Some cities receive utility services from special districts, private service providers, or regional service providers, and therefore may have less incentive to complete public facilities plans for the area within city boundaries. Additionally, cities that are not experiencing significant growth can expect limited collection of systems development charges, or SDCs, that could support infrastructure plans and improvements like this. So funding this work through SDCs would then place the burden on existing ratepayers with limited financial capacity. So just a couple of barriers to progress on this measure. Our fourth approved KPM, which is KPM number 5, documents whether cities and counties and metropolitan areas and other larger cities have adopted transit supportive development regulations where land use and public transit systems are integrated and are mutually supportive. Transit supportive development regulations allow higher levels of residential development, so there are enough people living along transit routes to support that transit service. The regulations also require that the new development include pedestrian and transit facilities so that residents can easily access those services. For the 2025 reporting year, 82% of cities and counties met that standard, which is up from 80% in 2024, but still below that target of 90% that you see on your screen and in your packet. Cities and counties with sufficient staff capacity have already adopted transit supportive development regulations, but as we've seen with other KPMs, it does remain difficult for jurisdictions without capacity to make that kind of progress. To that end, factors that we're aware of that continue to make progress difficult for cities and counties include limited funding to update plans, complexity of planning for transit supportive land uses, controversy over higher densities, and a limited public understanding of how development regulations affect transit. One thing I'd like to note just for you this morning is that in 2022, the Commission amended the transportation planning rules located in Division 12 to increase the requirements for local transportation planning in metropolitan areas. The amendments require many cities and counties in metropolitan areas to update their transportation systems plans and development regulations over the next 6 years to meet this metric. That said, most cities and counties do not have funding or planning staff to make significant changes in their development regulations. One additional reason for not meeting this target that I'd like to just point out for you this morning is that several cities have increased in population and are now counted in this measure, but haven't yet had the opportunity to adopt their transit supportive development regulations. So that's another factor here. Moving right along, KPM number 6 indicates the percentage of cities with populations over 2,500 that have an acknowledged transportation systems plan, or TSP, as recognized by transportation planning rules in Division 12 and statewide planning goal number 12. These TSPs address transportation modes, facilities, and services. This includes pedestrian, bicycle, and public transportation, city streets, county roads, and state highways. TSPs guide local and state efforts to improve transportation facilities and services. So that's what we see here. Most subject cities have adopted a TSP, but no additional cities adopted a TSP during the past year. So as we see from the graph here, for the 2025 reporting year, there are 108 cities with a population above 2,500. And of those, 101, so that's 94%, have acknowledged TSPs, and 7 cities do not. The target, as you see with that thick gray line, again, is 90%. So the 2025 results are up slightly from 2024. Namely because there's one city without a TSP that fell below that 2,500 population threshold and is no longer included in this measure. In addition to that, similar to other KPMs that we've seen and that we'll talk about later this morning, some barriers that we've seen for smaller cities that lack a TSP, again, is a lack of funding, lack of staff support for this transportation planning work.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. This is important work. My job, as I see it, is to integrate the abstract model of key performance measures with my lived experience in those areas. So I think about the TSPs in Clatsop County, for example. I'm really familiar with that. Astoria, 10,000, more than 10,000, some other smaller cities, but still, we're in there. When I think about how Travel Oregon and bicycle organizations, for example, say to bicyclists, sure, ride your bicycle down Highway 101. And I think about the impact that has, you know, coming through the Arch Cape Tunnel, you know, people passing bicyclists in the head on. Yeah, I mean, just there are a lot of ways where having these data may or may not impact what happens or doesn't happen on the ground. And it's too much to say to you all, are you measuring the right things? But I hope as you go into this, because I hear repeatedly in your report, for which I'm grateful, limited staff, limited funds, but also, are we measuring the right thing? So I just hope you're looking at that and at some point can address my concerns about how it all fits together to make a real difference on the ground, that jurisdictions are actually able to manage in a way that makes a difference for the people who are trying to recreate and do everything else in their lives. Thank you.
We could just talk briefly on how these KPMs came to be and when, which might be already stated, but just say it.
Chair Halova, that's a question I don't know the exact answer to. The KPMs were developed over time, and I don't think there was any, like some of these were developed early on in the land use system. And I'm not sure exactly if anyone else has knowledge of like when the KPMs as a practice cross agencies started. But so I don't have that answer, but we can look into it and see how much history we can provide.
Yeah, just
yeah.
And Chair, I think we've already mentioned, but just want to be clear again that these are given to us by the legislative body.
That's what I'm
and
trying to
so
understand. Okay.
if you're looking for the owner, the
Legislative body. Okay. Commissioner Thompson.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that the legislature does this, but if we're in an iterative conversation with legislators to help them do their job better and us do our job better and people to be happier and get more value, and I think those are good conversations to have. So looking for a little reassurance. Thank you.
And further to that, Chair, you know, we present these every 2 years in front of our budget subcommittee, in front of Ways and Means Natural Resources subcommittee, and twice now we've been in front of them, and members have leaned into the microphone to say, Director, you do realize these KPMs aren't terribly helpful, right? Would you please bring back some ideas? And so that's what we're doing right now at their invitation. Yes.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. You know, one of the things that strikes me as we go through this is that they're misnamed in a way that I don't think these are actually measuring the actual performance of the agency and the staff, right? What they seem to be intending to do is measure the effectiveness of policy and how we might prioritize funding. The one that reminded me of that is the transit-oriented development, right? Is you know, are there cities actually out there doing that? We want to move towards TODs. If we don't have this number of percentages and we're the agency responsible for that, then we either need to put more dollars to it or something, right? So it's not necessarily a reflection of the work that we're doing. It's how are we meeting the legislative goals and objectives that we have, and regulation compliance, right? So the other one is TSPs might be an example, right? They're required to have TSPs, and so that should be a very high number. If it's not, then there's a compliance issue that we need to approach. So it doesn't seem to be a measure of how we're doing, but what the legislator thinks policy-driven change should be. And then some of these are very old. TSPs are you know, ancient. So yeah, I think there's a whole new set of them for how we hope a policy might go.
You bring up a good point. Should these KPMs be a measurement of the department? Maybe not, because if they're coming from the legislator, they have their own, like you said, lens, and they're trying to measure for their own purposes, I guess. And so distinguishing if these are supposed to be for us or supposed to be for them, and then just really clear about why. I understand why, but like that it's written somewhere that these are measurements to see if the dollars spent go to the plans and make sure that, you know, things like that.
Commissioners, you've hit the nail on the head. This is precisely the question. That's one that agencies and the legislature have been grappling with this whole time. What is the purpose of this set of key performance measures? And so while they may be very informative on a policy measure, that might be something that we'd want to suggest taking offline and having available to us as we do our analyses and our white papers and our strategic plans. If the legislature is interested in seeing how their dollars are spent in this agency, we might want something that's more inwardly focused, but then you're likely to get things that are more like widgets, right? Number of contacts with partners and other agencies, number of things processed or dollars granted, so that you'll get a very different type of picture if you look at what the agency does on a day-to-day basis that you can count. Of course, some of the things we do don't come to fruition for years, and so it's really hard to figure out what your timelines are as well. I would point out that other agencies, and we all do this, have, you know, shadow KPIs or things that we look at internally, dashboards to see how we're doing with a number of things. So there are lots of possibilities here, but the key question is, how does the legislature want these to be used? So that's to be determined.
What's the end goal? Commissioner Bennett.
Moving right along in that same vein, in looking at the next one, not trying to jump you, but you know, it says urban growth boundary expansion. So how is the department going to go, or LCDC? We can't go out and say cities. Plus, the initial slide, if you recall, said there was 83% had adequate land. So we kind of, you know, the next one looks horrible when you're down at 15%, but that's because you don't need to do it.
Right.
I mean, and yet when you're there at the legislature, they're going, well, wait a minute.
You're not meeting your goal.
So it's really an unfair measurement tool, and it gives the wrong picture that land use, once again, is the stumbling block, and particularly the groups sitting in this room, and not trying to stick up for ourselves, but really the measurements are not, they're not designed to be really reflective, but they are kind of driven. And that's a real dangerous tool when you're doing that, because, you know, I mean, I was thinking about it. If the city doesn't need any urban growth boundaries, that could literally go to zero. I mean, you know, this
is not a good chart at all.
And I'm not trying to, I just happened to be looking while you were talking, and I think, Director, that I think your course of action trying to educate them in that, wait a minute, as the vice chair said, you know, these are kind of different. It's for them, not for us. That just because there isn't enough urban growth boundary expansions, if they want more, I guess they could pass some kind of law that says everybody gets to a freebie and do whatever they want. I'm not suggesting they should. I'm just saying that that's the only way this metric is going to move significantly.
And if I may, it's often very awkward to have these conversations in front of the legislature, where this is a great example. This KPM right here is actually not as it seems on the face of it. There's something about the nature of the expansion that is being measured here. And so I'll let the team talk about it more, but there's always a subtlety or a hook or a catch that is really hard to convey in 30 seconds or less when you're running through these in front of the legislative committees.
Commissioner Boyer.
Who's done the narrative? Is this the department, or does this come from the legislator underneath each graph?
Chair Haleva, Commissioner Boyer, that comes from staff.
You want to present on this graph we all don't like?
Absolutely. And I'm so happy to hear, Chair Haleva, that we have consensus in this room about the nature of this graph here. This KPM number 9, the way that it's measured is a little irksome for a number of reasons that we'll talk about right now. As Director Bateman mentioned, this KPM documents the percentage of land added to UGBs annually caveat that was not previously zoned EFU, so exclusive farm forest or mixed farm and forest. So in short, it measures how well the land use system is conserving farmland as cities go through their urbanization process. In this KPM, the target is for at least 55%, so that gray line there, 55% of lands brought into UGBs during a given reporting year to be zoned rural residential, rural commercial, rural industrial, or non-resource land. As you see here, from the 2025 reporting year, that target was not met, with only 15% of lands added to UGBs that was not previously zoned farm and forest land. Again, I would add that performance on this measure can vary pretty wildly from year to year and is heavily influenced by larger UGB expansions. For example, this year there was one large UGB expansion by one city that accounts for most of the loss of EFU land in this cycle. For a little bit of added context, 62% of lands added to UGBs since 2015 have come from lands that were not previously zoned farm and forest or mixed.
What percentage did you say? Percentage?
62%.
Okay.
So although, as we can see, we missed the target in 2025, our 10-year average for this KPM has actually been at target. So revisiting again the need to perhaps paint a different picture through the data that we're collecting.
Yeah, so given this is measures something totally different than all of us interpreted.
Yes.
It makes me wonder if it's a different graphical tool, because the measurement is important now that I hear it. It's just that one is not, or I was like, oh, could you change the description? But I think the actual graph is not the right visual to serve the thing. Because I'm not saying this is the right graph, but you're almost saying like there's a whole of land that's been added like a circle, and only 15%. Like it's almost the opposite. I want to see all of this was farm and forest that was added. This big, I want to see the opposite of that. You see what I'm saying? You have a circle. All of this that was added was farm and forest. Not good. That's what I want to hone in on. But it's like we're seeing the inverse.
And follow on to Commissioner Bennett's question. Was it Commissioner Bennett? Maybe Ware. Who wrote this? And the answer was staff. Who made this graph? That's spit out automatically by the legislature, depending on the metrics that we type in. So I apologize.
Yeah.
So we certainly need to change the title, because I think that,
yes,
as we all know, having done the wildfire reports, whatever's in the first 2 pages is the only thing they read. And, so you try to frame it carefully and get your full bullet. And when you look at the title, and I own it, I misread it when I looked there, urban growth boundary expansion. So I'm just, if you can.
It's like percentage or something is like what it needs to be.
Protected. I mean,
Chair Hilloth, Commissioner Bennett, I'll just say you all are practicing for a subsequent meeting, because we are going to be putting forward some revised metrics, and that will give us plenty to think about, and some concrete things to modify. And but noted, and thank you.
We were saying, like, even if this metric stays, now that we're realizing what it is, if the title was different, we would perceive it different, even with the same graphic. So it's more about the title doesn't.
Yeah.
You might be given the title, and if you are, then it would be the subtitle that needs to change. Yeah. Okay, you can continue.
All right. So just carrying on a little bit longer with this particular KPM, and brainstorming how we might make it communicate what we hope it communicates a little bit more effectively. What idea could be to present this data on like a 10-year average rather than year by year, to kind of minimize the impact of those, one city fluctuations. It might also be helpful to change this metric to capture how often farmland is lost to an urban reserve designation, where lands do retain that farm and forest zoning, even as they wait to be brought into a UGB. So it doesn't quite capture that process either. All right, so we're venturing into the realm of the KPMs that we measure every 2 years. KPM number 10 shows the percent of local grants awarded to local governments within 2 months after we receive the application. We award technical assistance grants on a biennial schedule, and this follows the approval of our legislative budget each odd number year. So for the next 2 years. So DLCD reports on this measure every other year, as you can see here. No data was collected and reported on this year, but we plan to revisit this again next year. KPM 11 shows the percent of customers that rate their satisfaction with DLCD's customer service. It's another measure that DLCD reports on every other year. So we'll be reporting on this one again in 2026 as well. The graph on the slide shows the overall satisfaction with the agency's customer service, but graphs for each customer service metric that's measured is included on page 18 of our annual performance progress report, and that is included in your packet if there's interest in visiting those.
And 0% on the 2023.
Chair Hulova, kind of. So because it's measured every other year, it's just an inconsistency in the way that the data is reported on. So it was, to my understanding, this was not measured in 2001 either. So the value for 2020 was just carried over into 2021. I believe that for 2023, if the same person was entering data in, it would reflect the value for 2022. It's an inconsistency in how the data was reported.
Commissioner Bennett.
Do you have like comments when if I check, I can't stand the timeliness of DLCD. Do you have a place where I could put a comment versus, some people just randomly come across with, well, I'm never going to give anyone 100%. And I was thinking so that you can drill down and go, oh, well, that was just Mark. And he was unhappy because he asked this extremely complex question and it couldn't be answered versus, were you going to send me a brochure? If you understand the extremes, because I found we tried this at the county level and people would just go, well, we're never giving them 100%. And it's kind of so subjective.
Chair Hulova, Commissioner Bennett, the customer service survey does include long form answers, opportunities for just open statement comments as well. If that's am I answering your question? Okay. Yes.
Great. Continuing on, this KPM number 12, as you see here. In 2007, the legislature approved a statewide best practices measure, which requires certain boards and commissions to report on their ability to meet that established criteria on an annual basis. So in the context of LCDC, each of you as commissioners rate the commission against 15 best practices criteria established by the Department of Administrative Services and the Legislative Fiscal Office. Best practices measured are included in our annual performance progress report if there's interest in reviewing those, although I suspect most of you are familiar. And as you can see from this graph, we are fairly consistently meeting best practices. You all are, so congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Although we could get to 110%.
KPM 13 documents how much land since 1987 has been removed from EFU zoning or added to UGBs during the preceding year. As you know, EFU zoning is supposed to limit the conversion of agricultural land to non-farm uses. This helps preserve a maximum amount of the limited supply of agricultural land that we have here in Oregon. As you can see from the 2025 reporting year, just over 99% of land zoned EFU in 1997 was still officially zoned EFU. I would flag, however, that this measure offers only a partial insight into DLCD's progress for a handful of reasons. The measure only accounts for the removal of EFU zoning designations and doesn't describe the rate at which Oregon's farmland is divided up or converted into other non-farm uses that are legislatively permitted to take place on EFU land. Our staff estimate that several times as much acreage is converted to non-farm use within EFU zones as is rezoned out of EFU zones each year. It also doesn't include lands added to EFU zoning inventory. There's a lot of information about this. I know it's kind of a lot. There's more about it that we won't get into today, but you can find all of it in substantial detail in our biennial Farm and Forest report, which is available.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Well, this is, I think, another interesting example where there might be data to show, if you wanted to collect it, the impact of legislative actions on this metric. They may or may not be willing to hear it, but in point of fact, there have been repeated legislative actions that have impacted it.
Chair Hilova, Commissioner Thompson, that is definitely something we could consider, trying to think about as we're putting forward KPMs for our next meeting or the April meeting. Yeah.
It would be nice if there were, I could imagine this chart, this makes sense. And then one right after it that reflects what you said, which is, if you had 100% EFU land in farm use in 1987, how much of that EFU land is still in farm use, which is different than this and actually more informative to what we care about on the commission, I think.
Chair Hilova, one of the data sources that staff rely on to have that broader view is the U.S. Department of Agriculture's annual agricultural census. And that's an extremely rich report that helps us understand that issue.
So I've seen it before.
Yeah.
It just would be lovely if the slide you flip to, and maybe it is. No, it's not the next slide. The slide that you flip to after this was like 99%. And then what's the number? I can't remember. I've heard it before. Is it 80? It would drop. Like if we flip the slide to the next one, the same land as it in actual farm use. I don't know the number offhand, but every year we hear a little bit about that number.
And Chair Hilova, thank you for the suggestion. I think, excuse me, some additional context certainly would be helpful.
Yeah, it's not the complete picture. It makes it sound like, oh, we're good to go, on this one. And then if the next one, you would say, oh, no, actually.
Absolutely. And sorry to disappoint that your envision slide is not, in fact, the next slide. But it is the last slide that we have on our current approved KPMs is KPM 14. This documents how much land since 1987 has been removed from forest and mixed farm forest zoning and rezoned to non-resource rural zoning districts or added to UGBs in the previous years. Forest and mixed farm forest zoning provides limits on the conversion of forest and agricultural land to non-resource uses. This helps maintain the forest land base and protects the forest economy by assuring that the continuous growing and harvesting of trees is the leading use of forest land in Oregon. As you can see here, the 2025 reporting year shows that the state's land use program continues to work well to maintain forest lands and commercial forest and other forest uses. We are continuing to meet our target of maintaining 90% of the 1987 forest land base. However, as with some of our other KPMs, this measure offers only a partial assessment of the type or level of development and land division activity that may occur on land zone forest or mixed farm forest. More acreage is similar to our previous slide. More acreage is lost through methods that don't necessarily require rezoning, which the department addresses in its Farm and Forest report to the legislature as well as our last KPM. So with that, I hope that this was a relatively helpful overview of the department's progress on its 2025 reporting year and over time. As I mentioned, these KPMs aren't perfect, so we're hoping to have the opportunity to revise them to paint a clearer picture for you, for the public, and for the legislature on the important work that we do here at the department. And to speak more about that, I will turn it back over to Alexis.
Yeah, and I just had one question based on what these things are doing now. How much weight do they hold in the discourse, the legislative discourse?
Chair Holova, it's a good question. I mean, can't peer into the minds of legislators, but I would say they get fairly little attention during the budget hearing process. It takes maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes of a legislative hearing that is about an hour long, an hour and a half long to go over. And generally there aren't lots of questions about it, but
makes me happy.
Yeah.
Given that
I think
they're not where we like.
That might reflect some of their clunkiness and how confusing they can be. So
thanks. I just think KPIs or KPMs that can be wonderful tools for advancing, and they can be awesome, and it just would be nice to make them awesome, not in our control, but in our influence.
perfect segue. We are turning now towards the updates that we are working on internally at the department. For the 27-29 biennium, we're hoping to have these more meaningfully reflect the work of the department. We've asked staff to think about how we, if we were to design from scratch, what we would do differently. So we're taking a holistic look at every KPM and asking ourselves, is this one we want to keep? Do we want to modify the data source? Do we want to rewrite it or scrap it and have something in its place? And so we are taking a very, very broad look at this. I've been working with staff, and the question I've been asking is that, for one, it should, and this is kind of going back to the question of what the legislature wants, but what we're going to propose are KPMs that reflect the work of the department, especially reflecting modern or recent legislation. Also ones that tell the story about what we're doing as an agency, things that we are in control of and responsible for, and hopefully ones that spark curiosity and that we are excited to learn about how we are doing so that we can modify and change our practices. The way, as you saw in the ones that we just went over, some of those are very hard to take actions based on that data. And we want to have data that would actually help us take different actions if we're not meeting targets. So those are kind of the overarching goals of where we're going with KPM updates. And here I'll just go over that there are minor changes and major changes. We are considering both. Minor changes would need to be approved by the Legislative Fiscal Office, and they only concern things like changing the data source of a certain metric. They're more administrative changes rather than substantial what are you measuring changes. And major changes would be whole rewrites or major modifications of the existing KPMs. And we've been working with our team throughout this fall and will be into winter, into December, January. And after we have a draft set, we'll be putting them forward and having a public process, including commission input in the spring before they're ultimately due to the legislature. They kind of ride along with our budget process, although it is distinct, but we would submit it to the legislature in June. So that is the overall process going forward for KPM updates, and there will be opportunities to talk about.
I would encourage not going for minor changes at all. I just scratch. I like that idea. Scratch it, start from scratch. And want to make sure that I don't know if it's appropriate, but something about public participation being one of the KPMs, goal one, because it's something we've leaned into heavily, and not everybody. I think that people value it, but not everybody in the higher ups value it. So I think demonstrating that that's an important part of our department.
Great. We will look into how we can reflect that in a measure. Thank you.
I go all out on this new.
Yeah.
That's my thought. I don't mean like millions of KPMs. I mean like they're really good is what I mean.
Yeah.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I think one thing to consider, as we've looked through these is also not necessarily just internally, what do we want to measure? What do we want to know? But what do you want the legislature to do and get from these, right? So even if we think we're doing a good job, well, what does that mean to the legislature, right? And if it is to continue to support staffing at a certain level, that's one thing. But if it's to support some programmatic objectives, that's another piece, and maybe measure something differently, right? So that you might actually need to measure some outcomes of programs like these are doing to convey to the legislature, this is important work. We need more money to support it. Or we need money to support our partners in doing it, just like the TSPs and the HCAs and HNAs and all that in the previous ones, right? And so we see those investments right now, but maybe being able to show the legislature that is having an impact on our partners more than this is just the work we're doing. So something to think about, the way we frame things.
I would definitely agree with, you have to do the lens of completely, what do you want them to see? Who's the audience? The only thing I might disagree with is I think with KPMs, you want something that you can last over time, so you can see changes. And if it's too specific to current things, it doesn't have traction over time. So I would sort of say try to get the over time. The negative part, I guess, is because I'm doing this a lot with my other organization and with metrics, and every month we refine them. And so there's no really ability to feedback loop, because it feels like when you set it, it's going to be set for a really long time. And so that's the negative of this process, is it doesn't let that iteration, you don't have enough time to iterate internally to then feel like, yeah, this is the one to go. So I just think it's the nature of it. And so given that, we need something that lasts, but reflects what we do. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. My recollection was when this came out, it was part of Oregon Shines. We had glossy brochures, and so the whole idea again was to demonstrate the value. So everything that my colleagues have said, and again, it's value so that we show where we shine, because that was the original intention. And even though these measures are dated, I think that intention holds true.
All right.
That sounds great. You have some other piece?
Just one other piece, and this will be brief. But wanted to just also go over our budget and policy development process that we are kicking off. Every biennium at the end of a odd numbered biennium. So in 25, we just finished the 25 to 27. We are now in the, we just finished the 23 to 25. We got a new budget. Right when we get a new budget, we already start thinking about our next budget. And we've asked staff for both budget ideas for policy option packages, which is the technical term when you're putting forward proposals to the legislature for funding, and legislative concepts. And we've gotten probably close to between 50 and 70 different proposals from staff. And as you can imagine, if you're just asking all staff for ideas, they have to be sifted through, and we're looking where there's overlap. We're in that process right now, and we are going to be moving towards a public process and public review that will ultimately inform our agency recommended budget. And the budget follows that June timeline, where at the end of June we'll be submitting our agency recommended budget. The actual final submission is at the end of July, and that will all flow into the governor's recommended budget, who processes all the agency recommended budget and has to put forward a balanced budget for the legislature. No small task. And so our task right now is trying to sift through all the ideas that we've come up with internally and draft a proposal or a menu of options that the public can provide feedback on, you all can provide feedback on in February and April, so that we can, or between February and April, I should say, so that we can have a robust, informed package to put forward in the agency recommended budget that will ultimately be submitted in June, at the end of June. Does anyone have any questions on that process? Oops.
No questions. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, both of you. So we're going to actually move our agenda item number 8 up before lunch, because we had that shifting the day up. And so we're going to move on. Yeah, just a tiny bit. So it'll be like 11 or 15 or whatever. I'm going to say to 12:15. So just, just not that much later. Oh, does it? Oh. Do you want to? Okay, we'll do as much as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're looking around because one of our commissioners might not be here for the second part of that. But we'll start it. Item 8, Division 44 Metropolitan Greenhouse Gas Target Rule Review. And we're going to have with us Matt Kroll introducing the team. And I guess the question is, do you think this item will take 90 minutes?
Hopefully not, but it might. It's hard to say.
Okay.
Want to start now, or I see several empty chairs.
Get situated. Yes, you can start.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, members of the commission. I am Matt Kroll, the Planning Services Division Manager here at the department. With me at the table is...
I'm Cody Meyer. I'm a land use and transportation planner.
And also in the room we have Bill Holmstrom, also part of our team. So thank you for your resilience adjusting in the face of weather. But actually, that's my other role, usually talking about weather, disasters, and resilience. Today, we're here to talk about the pollution that comes from the transportation system and the important work that we're doing trying to reduce that pollution that is disrupting our climate. And really, the question that we're bringing to you today is, should we add a rulemaking project to this biennium to update targets for reducing pollution? We'll talk a little bit more about those targets, exactly what they do. We've got slides and a presentation on that, but I just want to frame that up a little bit right now. As we think about that question, it will be interesting to consider whether Oregon as a whole is on track or off track to meet some of the overall general goals that we have set for this. And it's an interesting question. It's not exactly the question you need to answer today. The question really for you is a rulemaking project to revise these targets the best way to reduce the pollution? Is it the best use of your time as a commission? It would be a rulemaking. It would take commission time. Is it the best use of the staff time here at DLCD and other departments that would also be very much involved? Transportation, energy, environmental quality. And the best use of local staff time who would be involved in any such project. And we certainly would not do any of this without lots of consultation and engagement with local staff, with community, with advocates. It would be a significant process there. And so I think, each of you may end up with some different ideas about whether are we on track or off track overall. And you don't need to reach a consensus as a commission on that question. And as you come to a conclusion, you might come to the conclusion that we are off track, but lead you to the decision that we should revise the targets, or maybe you're off track and shouldn't revise the targets. So, the answer to the one question doesn't necessarily lead to an answer to the second question. So I think that's what I want to say as far as framing up our thinking and what it is that we're working on here today and bringing you. And with that, I think I will turn it over to Cody, and let's talk about what are these targets that I keep referring to in a general sense.
Thank you, Matt. If you recall, in June of this year, we came and briefed the commission on this project. So I'm going to step through kind of rehashing some of the background. What are we talking about? Then we'll go into the report. It's attachment A of your packet, and kind of give you some of the findings, the key findings, and then we can move to public comment or lunch. Vision 44 metropolitan greenhouse gas emission reduction targets are for our 8 metropolitan areas in the state. They are future year targets. They're for planning purposes, for future year planning, the years 2040 to 2050, where kind of our transportation planning is happening in the state. They're set at a per capita level, so they really kind of account for population growth or decline. So we're not talking about like total emissions, we're talking about on a per capita level. And they're set in a coordinated effort with the rest of the work that the state, federal government is doing in the space. So they really are integrated with assumptions on what the state or federal government is doing on vehicles, fuels, and different technologies and pricing actions. So here's just a picture of what they look like. So there's your 8 metropolitan areas. You got Portland Metro, Salem-Kaiser, Eugene Springfield, Corvallis, Albany, Bend, Middle Rogue, and Rogue Valley. The Portland Metro area has a higher target than everyone else, just noting that they have more capacity to get emissions down. They have light rail and the types of infrastructure that others don't have. So they have a 5% higher target in both the 2040 to 2050 years. So this graphic is a little old, but still pretty much true. Greenhouse gas emissions, the transportation sector is about 35 to 38% of all overall emissions. So it's a big chunk of what we're emitting. And then within just that transportation sector, about half of emissions are just from light duty vehicles, cars and light trucks, the kind of things that we all do on our daily basis. And so the planning profession and what we do and what our city and county partners do can really greatly affect those emissions. And that's where our greenhouse gas emission targets are set. So just considering the actions that you can take to reduce pollution from the transportation sector, there's basically kind of 3 pathways to lower emissions. And so you can, we hear this a lot, like, why can't we just do it all through electric vehicles? We can just buy EVs, and that is a key part of the strategy. We can also lower the carbon content of the fuels that are burned. So we could do things like renewable diesel, natural gas, hydrogen, those kind of things that we can still be burning fuels, but at a lower carbon emission rate. Even considering all that, we still need to be doing a less amount of driving on a per person basis as a state. So as the state grows, overall driving will increase because we're growing population, but we still have to get driving down a little bit. And so that's where our work for the climate friendly equitable communities, transportation planning rules has been working in this area for decades, and our greenhouse gas emission targets are set. So our greenhouse gas emission targets, we've had them since 2011. They're part of a larger effort in the state to work on this. And so you'll be hearing a lot and read a lot in the report about the statewide transportation strategy. It's the overall roadmap for the state to get to this transportation sector emission reductions. And it really identifies a range of actions across a number of different parties, from your cities, county, regional transit provider, TLCD, the federal government, ODOT, and then we have these key agency partners working on the state side. So that's ODOT, Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Energy, and us. So they help us set the rules because we're really looking at like assumptions on what other agencies are doing. So really important to have those agencies there speaking to what's going on. So I just say, the report is over 50 pages long. A lot of that work was pulled from other agency partners, and just really want to be thankful for the work that those agencies were able to spend in helping us put this report together. So this graphic just kind of indicates how our work at DLCD fits within the grand scheme of transportation emission reductions, or the state's emission reduction goals. So we have on the left emissions from all sources. Then we have ODOT created the STS, the statewide transportation strategy, in 2013, which really kind of carved out that transportation sector and said, okay, considering these emissions, here are the different authorities to implement corrective actions to drive those down. Here's what it's going to take to get there. And so within that strategy is a fair amount of local work. So even considering all the stuff that the federal or state government is doing, we still have to drive down emissions by driving a little bit less. And those policy levers really fit within the local government toolbox. And so that's where DLCD plays a role. And so if you recall the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities program, we really centered it on what are the actions that cities have in their toolbox. We have land use, zoning reform, parking reform, active transportation networks, transit, and transportation option programs. So those are the local actions that can really get at the reduced in vehicle miles traveled is how we measure this, or VMT. See that a lot in the report. monitoring progress is something that's been really important in this space. We've been working together under the Every Mile Counts partnership since 2020, which the CFAC program fits within that. That's just one component of that overall work plan and work product. So one of the efforts that we're doing is just being a little bit more transparent about where we're at and monitoring progress. So the whole partnership is about implementing the statewide transportation strategy. And so we're finding ways to collaborate through the various state agencies. And one of the ways is having this greenhouse gas emissions dashboard that we have up online. And that's where we present our monitoring work. This report you have before you is what we're calling the down payment to the STS monitoring report. So the timing didn't work out for us. I think ideally we'd rather do this target rules review after the STS monitoring report to get the latest and greatest information. But we were able to pull some new information, but we are relying on some of the information that's been posted on this dashboard. So a lot of what you'll see in this report is from that space, and we're updating it through the 4-agency partnership. Next year, we'll be doing the STS monitoring report. So next, I'm just going to go into the target rules review, and please interrupt if you have any questions along the way.
I had a question that I was just asking. I got the answer to here, but maybe you want to hear the question and answer also. I was like, why wouldn't we just wait till that report's done with the data? And you said,
I don't know if I was right.
okay.
The team, I think we're on some kind of time clock, are we not?
Correct. Yeah, the Division 44 has this Rule 35, which directs the commission to review the rules every 4 years. And there is a date in there. When we adopted the CFAC rules, we reset the clock and put ourselves on a clock. So we wanted to make sure that we were doing it within the year it was due. So as you heard Matt say, that ultimately what the rule concludes is the commission is to review the report and decide if updates to the targets are warranted. When the target rules were adopted, there was a fair amount of concern, which I'm sure you're familiar with. I saw a little bit of your meeting yesterday. And so this rule really kind of reflects, hey, this isn't carved in stone. We're going to come back and we're going to evaluate and reflect on, are these rules working for folks? We don't want to be adopting targets that they don't work and no one can meet them. We want to be able to incorporate new information as it comes along and be able to change course if necessary. So the rules really dictate to the department that there's a lot of consultation. It does not call for public consultation, although after our meeting in June, you expressed a desire for us to meet with some interested advocates, which we did do, but really directs the department to look in coordinating and consulting local governments and state agency partners. So this is our third review, and the second one of which I've authored. Previously, the department did a review in 2015, and that concluded, the commission concluded that updates to the targets were warranted at that time. Led to a pretty substantial rulemaking where we really got under the hood and did a lot of math and updated the numerical targets in the division in 2017. And that rule change switched over the way we're kind of assuming things in the targets to incorporate information from the STS. So what you'll see is we're allowing local governments to assume future state actions on vehicles, fuels, pricing policy that may not have occurred yet when they're demonstrating progress towards their target. When they're doing a scenario plan, they can assume that in the year 2050, the state will do their half. It's really kind of a coordinated effort. So that was the big rule change in 2017. In 2020, we concluded that the department concluded that we don't need to update the targets, but we want to start using them because right now we're really not using them. And so that really drove policy updates to Division 44 through the CFAC rulemaking, which mandated that the Eugene Springfield area and the Salem Kaiser area produce a scenario plan that was able to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction targets. Previous to that, it was only required on the Portland Metro. So they've been doing this for a while now. just considering the review factors in Rule 35, they're basically a mix of quantitative and qualitative information. So you'll see in the report a lot of graphs and charts, also some just kind of qualitative things. We've done consultation meetings and just some notes with folks on how things are working. As I said, we've pulled a lot of information from this transportation emissions dashboard website from our agency partners. And it's a coordinated program. So we have a lot of things that we're looking at in the report that are state agency focused things that DEQ is working on or ODOT's working on. Also things that would be happening on the local level. How are the targets working for our local partners who are implementing them? How are some of the land use things that we kind of work with our local partners on going? And then, of course, the big one is how are we doing on progress towards achieving the statewide transportation strategy vision? Here's a list of the review factors that are in Rule 35. And this is really the framework of the report. And the report starts on page 9 of attachment A in your packet. We give some of this basic background of the rules and the program, and then go in for each review factor. So I'll just kind of note, I'm going to go through each of these and give kind of a summary, and then note the page number of which that is, but it's just outlined on those review factors. All right. Review factor A, I think this is the big one. It really starts on page 9, and let's say I got my things wrong. Starts on page 17. And this asks to look at what are the results of the land use and transportation scenario planning. That's where we really implement the targets. And so the finding from the report is that we have been updating local plans through the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities program. The Eugene Springfield area has submitted to the department a scenario plan. Salem Kaiser is right behind them. They're getting ready to submit very shortly. Portland Metro has also done some work updating their regional transportation plan, which does targets. In January, we had them here to hear about their progress. And the conclusion was that the targets are achievable in all cases. Changes to local plans, all relying on future assumptions of state policies contained in the STS, allowed them to achieve their targets. So no one was, not able to achieve their targets, and no one was able to just do nothing and achieve their targets. So our finding was that this factor does not indicate a need to revise the targets. Review factor B, that is on page 19, and that looks at new or revised federal, state law or programs. I'll say in the last 4 or 5 years, it's been a little bit of a whipsaw on the federal stuff. We went from please take this money, spend it as fast as you can, do good work, to give the money back and stop all work completely. So I think that this actually is a good area to show a lot of work has been done. And even considering some of the federal rollbacks that are happening now, and there's a lot of uncertainty as to the lasting impact of some of those, a lot of it is held up in court. The ball has been moved down the field significantly. We've done a lot of work in the state. We've received, you can look at this section, there's a lot of money that has been received from the state of Oregon and implemented on climate overall and transportation sector specifically. The state also, since Governor Kate Brown's Executive Order 2004, has done a significant amount of work. We now have a cap and trade program stood up by our partners at DEQ, which is one of the assumptions in the STS that we would have some carbon pricing. That is not a small thing, and it was something that we've needed for a long time. We've been working, for us, the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities was a massive overhaul of our program. And there's just a real laundry list of good work that's been happening. But we do note that there are some significant federal headwinds right now. And some of the reports that are outlined in Review Factor E really demonstrate that there is lasting harm to some of the federal policies that are happening right now, specifically the CAFE standard rollback and the California's waivers, which we kind of rely on for electric vehicle requirements. That really puts the state off track. So we note that this factor could indicate a need to revise the targets. Review factor C asks, are there any new policies allocating reductions to the transportation sector? Obviously, that'd be very important if the legislature adopted a specific goal for transportation sector emissions to be lowered. And so we note that there has been no goals or anything adopted by the state allocating reductions to the transportation sector specifically. We're still relying on the statewide transportation strategy for the targets. And so we find this factor does not indicate a need to revise the targets. Review factor D asks for any updates on policies and recommendations in the statewide transportation strategy. As I noted, we've been working with our agency partners to implement this strategy. We're committed to an MOU for 10 years. We do 2-year work plans. We're putting a lot of effort. I listed out all the work we've been doing with the Every Mile Counts program, of which I mentioned CFAC is just one piece of that. There's a lot of other work going on. This section gives you kind of an idea of what the statewide transportation strategy is looking at and what strategies, but I'll note that the kind of quantitative analysis we're looking at, the progress is listed in the next review factor in item E. We find that the strategy still, although it's from 2013, it still effectively charts the course to our transportation emissions reductions. And as we like to say, make a plan, work the plan. We're working the plan. Review factor E, it's a big section in your report. There's been a lot of work in the climate space in the state in the last 5 years since we've done a target rules review. This is where we're looking at different studies and mapping some of the progress towards achieving the STS vision. We're finding that since 2013, the state has basically been progressing towards this 2050 STS vision of emissions reductions, which takes a lot of different strategies to get there. We're taking a little bit different path. Some of the things are happening at a different rate, some of them better, some of them worse, but we are still within reach to achieve that vision. All in all, when you total up everything, we're about 10% off the emissions reductions needed, but we still feel that it's a valid, we still have a valid path to get there. We find that this factor could indicate a need to revise the targets because it's not a home run, right? We haven't got there yet. Review factor F, as a per capita targets, it's very important to keep an eye on how our population growth rates progressing and being forecasted to progress. Since the targets were last amended in 2017, that's when we kind of looked at the population growth rates. That's when Oregon started kind of like stabilizing, and the population growth has not really changed since that time. We also look in this review factor some of the population growth or development patterns that are happening. One of them is a measure that's UGB growth in our metro areas as indexed to population growth. We've looked at this a couple times now, and we find that we're still on track. So we're kind of the UGB program is quite stable in regards to the population growth. So things are not getting expanded too big, too fast to keep up with population growth rates. We find this factor does not indicate a need to revise the targets. Review factor G, I think, responds to concerns from local governments at the times the rules were adopted that, hey, you guys are going to put these targets on us. And what if we're doing climate action planning locally? A lot of cities are doing local climate action plans. Would that make these targets redundant?
Commissioner Thompson. Thank you, Chair. So how did Rockaway Beach get in this list?
Chair Lova, Commissioner Thompson, thank you. I did a scan of all Oregon cities that have a climate element or a climate action plan. And so Rockaway Beach, not in the metropolitan area, correct? I just noted, here are the cities in Oregon that are working on this.
Thank you.
Yes, continue.
Okay, so basically the finding here is that out of all the cities in Oregon, only 15 have a local climate action plan. Of those, I think what was it, like 11 or 12 were in a metropolitan area. So the finding was that we don't feel this work is redundant or being superseded by local climate action planning from the cities in the state. And the local government partners we've interviewed said, actually, we're really thankful for the state having kind of like a uniform program and giving us some push to do better on our local climate action plans. The kind of stuff we're asking for in our rules are really consistent and complementary with local climate action plan. So we find that this factor does not indicate a need to revise the targets. Review factor I looks at land use feasibility and economic studies. Again, I think responding to concerns at the time the rules were originally adopted that some of the land use patterns that would be necessary, the land use densities to achieve the targets would not be feasible, and that we're asking too much of local governments. This is another bright spot in the report, I think, of just kind of reflecting the work that the commission and the department and our local partners have done in the housing realm, in the climate-friendly equitable communities. Basically, middle housing has really raised the low end of the bar of density in the state, of allowed densities. So we are going to see a lot more infill development. Parking reform, also a really good step forward in getting that going. We had through the CFAC program 9 market studies on the climate friendly areas done and included the results of that in this section here. And basically the conclusion was that a lot of this development is feasible. Some of some of the higher ends are feasible with interventions, some subsidies or something needed from the local government. But by and large, this stuff is penciling for developers. We find that this factor doesn't indicate a need to revise the targets. And lastly, I think probably most importantly for our local partners is that this work requires a lot of work and a lot of money, and it's not regularly programmed in their budgets. And so I think since the beginning of Division 44, the state has noted that state investment is going to be necessary to continue this work. So we listed out the amount of work we've put out in the last two biennia from DLCD, I think totaling $3.5 million overall across this 4-year span. Our partners at ODOT investing a lot of money in these scenario plans that are happening right now, and then kind of gearing up to do these transportation system plan updates to really kind of update those local plans that are necessary. And so while we have a lot of money, it is obligated. It's like we have work identified for it, or it's been spent, and we have no additional funding as a state or ODOT or DLCD to support any further work at this time. So we find that this factor does not indicate a need to revise the targets. Matt, do you want to take some of our considerations?
Yeah, so I think there's 2 parts to this decision that's facing you. And one is thinking about the targets themselves and all those factors, and then thinking about what it would take to do this project, the resources would involve. So certainly we would need help from the other departments that we work with on this. The last time that we did a major update, it was significant amount of work from the Oregon Department of Transportation in their planning. And in fact, we also brought on some consulting staff to help us out with some of the calculations and the modeling. Right now, that staff capacity is limited. Certainly here, we're down about 1/3 in the transportation planning group. And I see some nods over there about ODOT is certainly facing a lot of budget uncertainty and staffing uncertainty. So those are concerns. This particular project has not been on the 25-27 policy agenda that you've looked at for your group. I would note there is some rulemaking related to the transportation that is on your rulemaking agenda or your policy agenda. And that's a more narrow topic dealing with a couple of issues that we didn't get resolved back in 2023, and then just some cleanups throughout the rule. But that we're not planning for that to be a major rulemaking project, trying to keep that somewhat limited in scope. And so, of course, if we took on this new project, we would need to add that to your policy agenda, and we'd need to have a commissioner liaison for that. And then, of course, we don't do any of this without lots of consultation with local staff on a rulemaking advisory committee, on technical advisory committees. And I think you've probably heard about capacity constraints there. And it's not that local governments are opposed to doing things to reduce pollution. I think we're seeing a lot of work from reducing local governments, variable at different local governments, but not a lot of capacity for engaging with this kind of process. So that's been very much something that we've been weighing up as making this decision, this recommendation. I'm sorry, you make the decision, we make a recommendation. So our recommendation, we have a separate slide on that, or? Nope. So our recommendation is that we not engage in this as a rulemaking effort to revise those targets. And we've been thinking a lot about the things that we would be. So I've talked about how there's some staff capacity, the things that we would be doing with our staff over the next year. We're coming to the end of the calendar year, thinking about our next calendar year and thinking about what we would do there. Some of it would be working more directly with local governments as they update their transportation system plans. That's something that we always want to do when local governments are doing that, but we often don't have enough staff time for us to be really engaged with them on that. I mentioned the rulemaking. Housing, we are certainly keeping track of what's going on in the housing realm and making sure that everything that we do on our transportation planning is pro-housing, that we are helping housing development, and that nothing that we're doing with climate-friendly, equitable communities stands in the way of housing. And oh, the other thing we're just trying to do is just try to monitor the development that's going on as local governments are implementing the pieces of the rules that you've already adopted. And then if we see that there's some of that that's not being implemented, try to come in with a supportive role where we can use our staff time, to what we have for staff time, to say, can we help you with parking? You know, parking reform is often contentious, and can we do something to support there? Or as they're designating climate-friendly areas, what can we do to be supporting that implementation work with the cities and the counties? So thinking about all of that, this is the recommendation. The factors do not push strongly for that. There's some of the factors are kind of on the fence, but most of them are saying we do not need it. It would be a major effort, and so we recommend not.
Questions? We have two public testimony after this, but I think we should ask all of our questions that we have. Commissioner Bennett.
My question is actually for Director Bateman. How does this align with the Climate Action Commission? Are they in support that we're doing this, or is this going to be where one commission and one commission are kind of looking at things differently? I don't even know if
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a somewhat separate path. The Oregon Climate Action Commission is currently focused more on putting together their own program and metrics around working lands at the moment. I think that's probably the majority of their focus, and so they're not really focused on this conversation.
Commissioner Porter.
Chair, I was going to kind of go last. I don't know if there's many other questions because I've got a few, if that's okay. So of some of the items of consideration that you felt could warrant changing the targets, one of them you said that that Oregon has implemented now a cap and trade program, which you said was needed for a long time. Do you, are you, is your reasoning there that because it's actually more of a cap and reduce, it's not a cap and trade program, it's a little bit different in the state of Oregon. Do you see that maybe the manufacturing sector could take up some of the slack from what we, from the improvements that are not being made in the transportation sector? Now that there is a climate protection plan in place?
Chair Lova, Commissioner Porter, thank you for the question. And I'm sorry if I misspoke and said cap and trade. I think somebody just use that for shorthand because it is a fairly unique system. But no, I think what I'm referring to is that we've needed it because it was assumed as a future state action in the statewide transportation strategy. So it's one of those things that we assumed would be there, and it wasn't for a long time. And now that has been stood up, we do have carbon pricing, and so the pricing of the carbon AKA gasoline and diesel, things that cars burn, that affects the amount of driving. So that is an assumption that kind of carries through when folks are assuming what's the future driving patterns going to look like, what kind of vehicles will be on the road, how much will it cost, what kinds of fuel are they burning? So that's one of those state assumptions that has been a bright spot that we have as a state, have been working on some of these actions. And as I said, not all of them have been fulfilled. I think we've made some strides, small strides on things like the road user charge the legislature just adopted, not nearly where we need to go, but at least a foot in the door for the policy.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Fuel is definitely starting to get more expensive as a result of that, that carbon pricing. The prices are pretty high based on the metric, how they set it. So my other question is kind of a bigger question, but it relies on an assumption of the overall program that I think is correct. So let me give you my little bit of background there before I ask my question, because maybe my assumption is incorrect. So we've got the whole big pie of greenhouse gas emissions in the state. I'm not going to even touch on the feds. But in the state, we've got, sectors such as the agricultural sector, the transportation sector, the manufacturing sector, the electricity generation sector, et cetera. And based on what I think I know to be correct, Kate Brown, Governor Brown's EO 04, 2004, kind of, the overall goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 90, I think was 80% by under 1990 levels by, was it 2050? I'm going off of memory and it's been a couple of years. I think that overall goal was kind of based on all those various sectors reducing the amount of greenhouse gases that they anticipated. And so when the climate protection plan was being rolled out, we looked at the transportation sector and we could see this really huge reduction in transportation, which was then taken into account to try to figure out how much the manufacturing sector then had to reduce their emissions. And it's going to be tough for the manufacturing sector to meet that, because basically, the cap and reduce is kind of like it's going to be kind of a slow, painful death unless they make some changes to the rules. And so if one of those sectors can't meet their targets, then does that then put the burden on the other targets to make up for that? And so that question then is kind of based on what I understand to be correct, as to that whole piece of the pie, and how much each sector is going to have to reduce. So do we know if the transportation sector does not meet their targets, will those anticipated reductions then get shifted to another segment?
It's an excellent question. That is one of the review factors. I think, what was it? Review factor. C. Well, looking at, has there been any targets set for the transportation sector specifically? Because that's really where we're following from. And so what we found is there has been no transportation sector goal specified that we can rely on. We're still relying on the STS, the statewide transportation strategy, which says, okay, here's the overall slice of the pie, we're taking our slice out and we're making a plan for it. And we've been following that plan since 2013. And so that framework doesn't look at who else is doing what, and it's like a, like an active thing happening. It's more like, we made a plan in 2013. This is the slice of emissions we're aiming for. And so it's more static.
Right. And so, and I get that, I guess, but I think the STS anticipated reductions was baked in to the reductions that is expected then from the rest of the pie. The other pieces of the overall big pie, because we didn't roll out the cap and or the climate protection plan until 2020, right? And so, I mean, I think it pulled in the information from the STS, and that part I'm not positive about.
If I could, Commissioner Porter and Chair Halova, there is no mechanism in place right now that would automatically cause any kind of shifting between sectors. And certainly that is at a policy level, a decision that could be had, but it would have to be a decision that would be made either at a governor's level, or I think more likely at a legislative level would really have to make any decisions if different sectors were going to be assigned different targets because of that. It's not something that we can work on, or there's any immediate program that just sort of does it.
Agreed. Yeah, and I totally get that. And honestly, I mean, I think most of the sectors are not going to make it. I think we're going to have problems in every sector. And so I'm not necessarily in favor of changing the targets, because I think it's problematic as a whole. I think it may be the goal that we need to shift a little bit, because it's very optimistic, and especially with the federal headwinds right now, it's hard for one state to go it alone, right? But I guess that's, that's kind of the crux of my concern for the decision today is whether or not that will ultimately get shifted to another sector, which is already going to struggle to try to meet, the reduction requirements that they've been saddled with. So
I think, as Matt says, it's a decision that's well upstream of where we're at. And so far, in this period of which we're monitoring, there's nothing has happened to indicate that is the case.
I had a question not related to this, but based on something you said, which was, are you okay? Which was just because there's a lot of funding cuts at the federal government, and I track some of them, but there's just too many. You had mentioned we were pushing the money out and people were doing things, and then the rollback. Can you tell me that story a little bit, as far as do you know there was a certain amount and how much got out and how much got retracted, and just so I know?
Chair Halova, I don't think I can speak for our other agency partners. We do list a lot of the money, and as I said, some of it is being challenged in the court system as to the legality of the clawback, or it's a very active topic matter. So I don't have anything specific that I tell you. I will tell you, as far as DLC is concerned, we were with general fund able to program that money out very quickly and put it all.
So we were able to do it, but
we were able.
But the other departments was larger probably, and they put it out, but they had to retract it or something.
There's different levels of some of the money was received in hand. Some was obligated but not received. Some of it was maybe almost obligated. So there was kind of the spectrum of the funding that was being released. And so
sure, it's a daily struggle.
Yes.
Okay. Any more questions, Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. And I've got just some basic questions, I think, to make sure I'm to confirm my understanding. So you put up some numbers there, the 25% for Portland metro area and the 20%. Those are the numbers that you're talking about when we refer to revising the targets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we can propose, we can direct you to revise those target numbers, or to initiate a rulemaking to potentially revise those targets, and or direct a rulemaking to revise the rules that help inform the targets, correct?
Chair Halova, Chair Lazo, that's correct. As I said, in 2017, the direction was to just do the math on the target numbers. And so that was the focus of that rulemaking. In 2020, the direction was don't do the math, do the policy.
So that was the other part of my question. So the 25 and 20 came in the 25 and 20 came in 2017, because that's also when there was the rule to set the higher target for Portland Metro. So it was put those rules in and then set the 25 and the 20 in 2017. And then those were maintained in 2020 or 2022, whatever that is. Yeah.
Yes, the targets have not changed, the numerical targets.
And then the other action that we've taken on our timeline, as you've noted, is the work around CFAC. Okay, so that covered a lot of the ground of this conversation, I guess, or topic anyway. Okay.
Right. CFAC included amendments to Division 44, just those policy amendments to make requirements for other, the next two largest metro areas to prepare a scenario plan to demonstrate how they're going to meet the targets, and then to do local amendments to TSPs, comp plans, whatever's needed to really kind of implement the needed work to achieve those targets.
And Chair, will they rejoin us after public comment for our deliberation?
We were thinking about going through deliberation because there's people who are testifying. So just to is it okay? If we could just power through and then go to lunch after that. Yeah. Yep. Any more questions for them, or otherwise I'll go to public comment. Yep. Okay. So we have Joe Courtwright online, and then we have Bob Courtwright in person. So maybe Bob can sit up here while we hear from Joe. 3 minutes each. Maybe we should go for.
So on behalf of Joe, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be coming online.
Yeah, we'll go with you first then.
Well, actually, it'd be best if he goes first,
okay.
if that would be all right with
That's
you.
fine.
And we're twins, so you should get the visual effect from having me sit here. You can move your mouth. But Joe has, as you can see, a couple of slides that he wants to walk through with you.
Chair Halova, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yes.
Great. For the record, Joe Courtwright, I'm an economist with City Observatory. I've testified before you on climate as well. Just like to talk about the target review. As a theme, I just want to stress it's critically important in this policy area that we be honest with ourselves and we be honest with the public. When we look at what's going on with transportation greenhouse gases in the Portland metropolitan area, we are not on track. We are badly missing our targets. And it's not that we're not simply making enough progress, it's that transportation emissions from in the Portland area are increasing. Our plan calls for them to decline by 5.7% per year. That's the STS. And instead, over the last 5 years, they've increased at almost 1% per year. So contrary to what your staff is claiming, we're not making progress. In fact, there's no indication that we are. So we go to the next slide. When you look in detail at your report and look at the specific underpinnings of what's in the assumptions that support these targets, and keep in mind, you did rulemaking and you did extensive technical work when you adopted those targets originally, and they were based on assumptions. And every one of those assumptions has been proved wrong. And I won't go through this litany here, but you can see, and it's in your staff report, that we're either off track, falling short, or not meeting those objectives. And it's actually worse than that. So if you go to the next slide, you may recall your staff saying, oh, we're really only 10% below our objective. I think they're a bit confused on the math here. They claim that greenhouse gas emissions per mile, that's how much cleaner cars have become and what the net effect of electrification has been, have been to reduce emissions per mile by about 10%. That is only 1/5 of the amount of decrease that was called for in the STS. The STS assumed that those emissions would decline by about 4.7% per year. They've only gone down by 0.6% per year. It's because cars are older, dirtier, larger, and less electric than they estimated. So if we are honest with ourselves, the underpinnings of this rule, which were based on a whole lot of assumptions that we didn't know 10 years ago, have been proven wrong. And what that means, essentially, is that you have to revisit the targets because they are based on an invalid foundation. But do not take my word for it. Go to the next slide. Your staff made a big deal about consulting with local governments. The local government that's done the most work on this is Metro, and we've testified with them and sometimes in opposition to them. But their testimony in January of this year was to tell you that you need to revise these targets because they're wrong. And if you really are serious about listening to local governments, then you need to follow through. The critical point here is we have better information now than we did a decade ago when we first adopted these targets. That better information says our efforts are failing because our assumptions were wrong. We need to change the targets. What your staff is proposing to do is essentially stick their head in the sand, sweep this under the rug, and tell you don't to worry about it until 2029. And I know you've got a
We've
lot
hit
of,
our 3-minute mark.
I'll just say, I know you've got a lot of work on your task, but you can't just say, oh, we're not going to worry about climate for 4 more years. That would be irresponsible and dishonest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Commissioners. I'm Bob Courtwright. For 7 years, I served as your lead staff and developed the target rules and did the first evaluation. Matt, when he introduced the staff report, said what they're really asking you to decide today is whether or not we should go forward with this extensive rulemaking process. I want to suggest you really have 2 separate questions. The first question is, are changes to the targets warranted? Again, those are the factors that you're supposed to be looking at. The second question is, what are you going to do if you find that changes to the targets are warranted? I think you can and should go forward with a finding, again, based on all the information that we've provided and that Joe just walked through, that says changes to the targets are warranted. There's a second separate question that you need to look at of when you will have the resources and time to do that and how best to coordinate that with other agencies. So again, I think what you should do based on the information that is available is make that finding that we need to amend the targets and then talk about with your other agencies what needs to be done. The consequence of the staff recommendation is to simply say, we're not going to deal with this for 4 years and to leave it up to others, the Climate Action Commission or ODOT, to wrestle with their questions. It's very powerful if you send a message in charge of this part of the process to say, we're not on track. We really need to have a broader conversation. And the other footnote to put here is it was 4 years ago you made the same decision. There was good information at that point that we weren't making progress, and we kicked the can down the road. It sends the wrong message to other decision makers and to local governments about the progress that we're making if what we do is say, we don't need to change the targets. Plus, we need to talk about how we're going to achieve them. Because again, our comments go in great detail. These are comments that we submitted in June and September that explain to you how the plans that are being prepared are falling way short of meeting the targets that are out there. There's a lot more that we need to do, both at the state level and the local level, to get on track to meet our greenhouse gas emission reductions. So I'm going to leave it there. I will mention we had one other person signed up, Phil Carver, who wasn't able to be here, but Phil offered that I might comment for him if that would be acceptable.
Don't think we can. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Phil would endorse these comments. If I've got just a couple more seconds, I'll say, we submitted detailed comments in September. Phil's comment was, I'm mortified by the process that the department is going through. At no point over the last 5 months the department's been working on this have they provided the information that they're reviewing, nor have they responded to the comments that we provided. The extent of their outreach with local governments was to summarize the factors that have been subject to review. It was only 2 weeks ago that this report was put out, and there's been no public discussion of that. What you really ought to be doing is having that kind of public discussion now before you act on this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioners, we have Commissioner Bennett.
I think in listening to the public comment brings to mind a city that I administered, and there's a lot of speeding in the city. And so the public came with the suggestion, let's just lower the speed limit. And enforcement is not part of our piece of the pie here, or the puzzle at this juncture. It may be through plans and other things. And I think just taking on changing the benchmarks would be just like the city moving down the speed limit didn't slow down the speeding. It just created another problem. So I feel like I'm not going to dispute whether we are on or not on track. That's for people far smarter than me on this. But I do think that as a commission, we're always open to considering and looking at this if we're directed to that. But I support the staff's recommendation, Madam Chair, and I would make a motion that we do that whenever our discussion's over, because I think that, yes, I'm not disputing anything that was said, but I just don't think that changing the targets because we're not already making the targets is going to be there. Now, certainly we can communicate that we have a concern that the targets need to be met. That could be too, but I'm just somewhat thinking, okay, we lower them down to something else and we're not even making them now. That's still not going to make it. Let's step up and meet the targets we have. And if we have to adjust them at some future date, I think that would be it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair? Looked like you wanted to.
Well, actually, and I really appreciate that because I want to follow on with what Commissioner Bennett's saying, but I kind of want to ask that of Matt and Cody. Would that be okay? And I wanted to wait after public comment because I wanted to make sure I heard what our commenters said. And I'm gonna have to make some assumptions, Mr. Courtright, about what you all are asking, because they're asking us to revisit the target, to reassess these assumptions that have changed over the years. My assumption is that what they're saying is that when we do that, that the targets would be revised, that we would need to revise the targets. And I'm assuming they would revise the targets up. So as Commissioner Bennett said, if that were the case, what would that do? I mean, do we? So I'm gonna have to ask you also to provide some opinion about that. Are we assuming then that would? Could we require more local action? Or are we just
What's
hoping
the
it would?
ripple effect is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Actually, once it's changed, what happened? Yeah.
So I mean, in your opinion, in your professional work, if we set the targets higher, as Commissioner Bennett said, or do we have other mechanisms once we set the target higher to compel cities, our local partners, to do more?
Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, Cody Meyer again. The practical effect, I think the question is like, if you change the numerical targets, what would be the practical effect of that? And I would say it would really most impactfully, it would be for Metro, Portland Metro, because what we have is Salem, Kaiser, Eugene, Springfield doing a scenario plan is kind of the vehicle, for lack of a better term, to get to the targets. Our smaller 5 metropolitan areas, the Albany, Benz, down Southern Oregon, the rules in the transportation planning rules direct them to set different performance measures and targets for specific local actions, like parking management or, amount of folks who are living within walking distance of transit. Those are calibrated by the statewide transportation strategy, has kind of a de facto scenario plan. So what we did is we said, we have enough money to do 2 big scenario plans. We don't have enough money to make requirements for scenario plans for 7 metropolitan areas. That would be a lot of money. So what we said is we'll come up with this way of saying, like, here's kind of these regional indicators that you're trying to meet these regional targets. And so they do not really actually get to the Division 44 targets. Salem Kaiser, Eugene Springfield, about to submit these scenario plans. So those are pretty much almost done. But Portland Metro has to do ongoing work, and it's really through their regional transportation plan that they do is the region's transportation system plan. And we have rules that require Metro to demonstrate how they're making progress towards the targets through their federally mandated regional transportation plan every 4 years. So that's something that they are on an ongoing basis intimately involved with these targets. So the practical effect for, long story short here is you're really just talking about the Portland Metro area.
But then to finish it, let's say we just said 25, suddenly it's 50% today. What happens?
I think that would be almost impossible for someone to meet. That, I mean,
I'm just saying the numbers change.
if the numbers
Yeah,
change,
then what would happen? I'm just saying run through a fictional thing where the numbers changed.
they could come up with like some really aggressive strategies that probably have no hope to ever be funded. And then we would have to say like, yeah, that seems reasonable to put in your plan. Or to maybe say, hey, we're not going to do a lot of other stuff. And it could be a wholesale. I mean, something that aggressive would take.
I just said the aggressive one to push it.
Yeah,
So that it
Talk
can
about maybe the process and the steps over the next
Okay.
5 years, not necessarily the specific contents of the plan would be. They're starting a regional transportation plan process now? Is that correct?
The Portland metro area will be starting one very shortly. And so the timing would be, depending on when the scope and how long it took us to get the, rules together and adopted. Most likely Portland Metro would be in the middle of their regional transportation plan. And they're doing updates as, in January, they had their major report to the commission and said, we're going to revisit Climate Smart. They've got that programmed now to be looking at,
So they would have to do more policies, programs, plans, whatever, to try to meet the new target. That's what I'm trying to get at. If they had a new target,
yes,
what would change?
Yes, correct. There would be significant amount of work on our local partners and specifically in the metropolitan area of Portland.
Okay, did that answer your question / my question?
And I think I understand. Yeah. And yeah.
Okay.
If I could, Chair Halova, this might be a time to note that you do have written testimony from Metro. They did not come to testify to you in person today or on Zoom, but you have written testimony from Metro that came in which they suggest not doing a revision to the target rules at this time. And they put some emphasis on the phrase "at this time." So I don't want to speak for them, but that's what's in their written testimony.
Well, folks look that up. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I want to appreciate cogent testimony. It always helps to have members of the public interested and voicing their concerns. I've written down what was said. I'll carry it in mind. But I think this is Metro's business. It's always a dicey proposition for a member of one organization to say to another organization, here, this is for you to do. But as nearly as I can tell, they're the relevant body with the relevant jurisdiction. And so there's all that. And when I look at ODOT and what's happening with ODOT and the federal thing, it's simply not realistic. And I'm not interested in sending messages. I'm interested in producing results. So I agree with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Commissioner Porter.
So do you guys know by what percentage those targets would need to change so that Metro could comply or could meet their target? I shouldn't say comply, meet their target.
Chair Halova, Commissioner Porter, Metro has submitted a plan that does comply and demonstrates how they would achieve the target. It does rely on those state assumptions and so of future actions. So I don't have a specific number that I could pull out and say if we took out the assumptions on future actions, it would be X percentage off. But I can say with certainty that they need the state to do its part in order to meet their greenhouse gas reduction target as it's currently set up in the rules. So they needed. The rules don't force people to take these state assumptions. It's an allowance. It says you may allow or you may take these future actions into account if you would like to. And Metro did some work and say like, what if those don't happen? These seem kind of optimistic. What if they didn't happen? It was really critical. It's really critical for the state to meet its half of this for Metro and for the other regions to meet their greenhouse gas reduction targets.
Thank you. Second question. What is the enforcement mechanism? And I maybe I should know this, but is there one?
No, I maybe I parse it out. There's the do your plans to meet the target, the plans. And then there's the other, have you met your target? So I want to add that to your question because those are two different parts.
That's been totally fair. So the second one then, are
Okay.
you meeting your plan? What is the enforcement mechanism for that? Or is there one?
So if you crawl in January, it's been a full year, but we had our first transportation planning rules major report, which is very analogous to the housing program. We're saying come in, set targets, measure progress over time. So every 4 or 5 years, depending on the type of metro area, they produce these major reports that say, here's the actions and targets for each action we need to get to our greenhouse gas reduction targets, or as set for the smallers, MPOs. Then if they do not meet the target for that reporting period, they need to propose a corrective action. And that can be adequate or inadequate. And so it's a director decision. It can be appealed to the commission. The commission may propose a different corrective action. And then we have a list of, your pretty classic DLCD, like enforcement orders, things of that nature.
I would note on that, though, that's looking at a series of very specific performance measures that the Metro had proposed for there. It's not looking at the overall target. It's looking at once you use the target to set a plan, and you say, okay, we'll know that our plan is working if we do these dozen things, and that's what they're reporting on.
That's helpful. Thank you.
That's what I was sort of saying. There's the, have you done your plan? Are you meeting your plan? And then there's the actual outputs of the greenhouse gas emissions. We have another, so I feel like you should kind of stay there, maybe slide over. We have Phil Carver here to give testimony. And I just didn't want you to have to leave and come back if you didn't need to. Thank you. And Phil, you're with 350 Salem, and you have 3 minutes to testify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, commissioners, and I wish you a happy Christmas coming up. Our main point is that the report misrepresents the progress towards the goals, and it's substantial. I worked 37 years for the Oregon Department of Energy and the Public Utility Commission as an economist and a policy analyst. And if this report had been put out and I was associated with it, I would have been mortified. It's totally reasonable for you to say that you don't have the resources to update the rule. It's totally unreasonable to say that the rule is being complied with. And so you need to separate those two things out and say, is the state in compliance with the rule? And do you have the resources to update the rule? And you should separate those two decisions, because right now this misrepresents to the legislature, to the people of Oregon, that we're on target, we're on track. We're not on track. And there's detailed testimony that we filed, it's in your packet, that demonstrates the numbers in the report are unreasonable on a historic basis, not on a forecast basis. So that's the major point we'd like to make, is that this is, and you can look at the reports from the Oregon Climate Action Commission, and they'll tell you that we're not on track, especially in the transportation sector. And there's many things that we can do that improve this, and a lot of them are at the local level. A lot of them have to do with building density of residences and businesses, and an amenability of the pattern of location to using of transit, which is really the biggest solution. But biking and walking is important also. Walking, of course, to walking to the transit. So that's our point, is please don't represent this as reality. This is not reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all you. I know you're not paid. And I know, and the staff is underpaid. I know that too. So we appreciate all the work that you do, and we appreciate the dedication that you've shown. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we'll resume with our conversation. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. A question for you. I gave you a funny look a while back because I realized I was deliberating during the question part. So I was like, oh, sorry.
No, I think that was okay because I was looking at my order here that we can actually do that before getting testimony.
I was momentarily mortified over here. I was like,
No,
oh,
no,
I
no.
screwed
I
up.
think we can do that before getting testimony. It's like my
Thank you.
discretion.
Really
So-
screwed up.
Yes. So
Say it on the mic. No, don't say it.
So I mean, in regards to the last commenter, yeah, you know, I would tend to agree that, you know, we don't want to, you know, put information out there that we say isn't, you know, meeting a target when it's not meeting a target. And so I forgot where I was going to go with that. So I'm going to leave it there. I had a follow up, but it's gone.
You remember it? Yeah. Anybody else? Did you make the motion? You want to make it? I want to say something random. Really, man. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Well, one, I care a lot about climate change, so let's start there. I do feel like there's some nuance to this around, you know, I was looking at the proposed motion. It's about revising the greenhouse gas reduction target, not about are we meeting it or not meeting it. So that's how I'm reading it. That's how I'm understanding it. There are openings for us to decide to, you know, there's criteria, right, that can open a window to which we go through that criteria window to change the targets, right? And so there are windows that are open that we could do that. And then the question is, do we feel, you know, this is my question to myself, do I feel by doing that, it's going to make a difference at this moment, which is very different than are we on track? I think we are not on track. We show we are not on track. None of us are on track. And the question is, do we want to go through the window to do the target, which is not going to suddenly make us on track. It's just going to raise the bar for what we should be doing. I believe in raising bars. Our bar right now apparently is too high. I don't think we should lower our bar. I think our bar should stay high. At this moment, is putting our bar higher going to somehow cause us? Sometimes putting a bar higher causes you to act, right? Because you're like, oh, we're so far off. Got to act more, right? But I think we were on a roll of acting with this funding, right? And with a different administration at the federal government level, I feel like maybe at this point I'd be like, let's do it because I'm seeing all this money potentially coming from federal government. Maybe we should raise our bar and go for it, right? But that's not the scenario we're in. And so I don't want to make it anything sound like I think we're on track. I also agree with the motion that's made that we shouldn't open this because what we're really saying is, should we take our staff and have them change a number? Or should we take our staff, this is how I feel, and have them help out jurisdictions that are trying to meet the number they're not meeting? And so I'd rather have them work on jurisdictions to help them meet the number we're not meeting than change the number. But on the record, I want to say, yes, we're not meeting our targets. It's not a good thing. The random things I was going to say was I was in Hong Kong not a couple months ago and talking about China in general. And they were talking about Shenzhen, which is a big industrial city. And I was learning all sorts of things. And I was like, how is it with like pollution there? You know, because it's a big industrial city. And they're like, oh, it's like so much better because like 50% of the cars on the road are electric. And I was like, what? Partly because I had gone to China like 20 years ago, you know, so it's been a while. And I haven't researched to be like, what made that happen? But I feel like we are not having potentially good precedents in the United States around aggressive moves. I think there are probably a lot of precedents outside of the country that could enlighten and inform us. Not saying that it could change us without the federal government being along, but I was just inspired that much change, you know, like the air's clean now, that 50% of our cars are electric. And when I was in Hong Kong, it's like, what are all these electric cars that I've never seen? So I think it's always good to be like, we're in our situation, but also have perspective that there are scenarios in which we actually can make significant change, but we do need, in the case of transportation, a federal government that's aligned. I also feel like we shouldn't let whatever's going in the federal government hold us back in Oregon from doing stuff, you know? So I just thought I'd give that little speech because I care a lot about this issue. Commissioner Porter.
I remembered what I was going to say, but in follow up to your comments about the electric cars in China, Yeah, they've taken some really huge strides to electrify a lot of items, but remember, electricity's got to be generated too. And we don't necessarily want to look at that part. But so far as I think you guys are looking at lowering the bar, not raising the bar if you change the targets. Is that correct? I mean, I shouldn't say that's what you guys are looking at, but that's what's kind of being requested, I think, is that we lower the bar, not raise the bar.
Raise the bar, I thought.
Commissioner Porter, Chair Lovell, what I think we're hearing is that if the state is not doing enough, that a heavier burden should be placed on cities and counties to do more. So essentially raising the bar for the cities and counties, asking them to do more because of the ways that the state and federal government are not doing as much.
Okay. And Chair, I'm with you. I don't think it makes much sense to put something out as though, everything is looking really rosy, because I think a lot of those sectors that are in part of that pie, everyone's going to struggle. They're all going to struggle. I don't know as if any of them are going to be able to meet, their targets or the targets that the state government set for them without, serious pain and maybe moving across the border. And so might as well just put it on the table. It is what it is, right?
I mean, I think policy can change that, but we need, when I say policy and money. Yeah. So I know that if there's no further discussion, I know that Commissioner Porter, Bennett wanted to make a motion. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. And just to reiterate, the chair said it extremely eloquently, my position on this, that I was not taking a position whether or not we were meeting the goals or not meeting the goals. My fear was, as I used in my little example, that just raising them wouldn't resolve it. It would just add more complications. I think there's a lot of work that has to be done on this. But at this juncture, spending a lot of money and effort and staff time who have worked really diligently on this is, to me, counterproductive. And so therefore, and by the way, I have to say, I somewhat took an offense that it was implied that the staff was coming up with the information that was there. I really didn't think that was presented to reflective of the work of this staff. I took that as personally, I took it offensive. And I think our staff works very hard and very diligently. And I know that's an aside, and it's probably worth absolutely nothing other than it's my opinion. So I would make a motion. Let me find the motion. Oh, thank God. I move to find that the revisions to the greenhouse gas reduction targets established in OAR 660-044 are not warranted at this time, as recommended by the department and explained in the staff report.
Commissioner Bennett makes a motion. Does anyone second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Porter seconds it. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, Commissioner Porter seconds. Adam, can you do the roll call?
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson?
Aye.
Commissioner Warren?
Has an excused absence.
Vice Chair Lazo?
I didn't get to speak earlier, but I'll just say I also agree with everything that the chair said and all my other colleagues. And so this is actually really an aye at this time. So I think 4 years from now, we'll see where this conversation goes.
Chair Helava?
Aye. So with that, the motion passes around. Division 44 Metropolitan Greenhouse Gas Target Rules Review. It is 12:35. And we're going to come back at 1:30. 1:30. Just making sure here. For item number 9, Housing Accountability and Production Office Update, HAPO update. Commissioner Boyer will not be here for that item, but we have public comment will be accepted during that item, but we will not be taking action. And then after that, there's a public comment item number 10, which we have 7 people presenting on public comment on the last agenda item. See you back after lunch at 1:30. To the December meeting, second day meeting of the Department of Land Conservation and Development, our commission. And next up, we're going to have Joel Madsen and guests Rebecca Lewis and Melissa Gracio from the University of Oregon for the Housing Accountability and Production Office update. I wanted to say this item is intended to go for an hour, 1:30 to 2:30. My question is, then we have public comment. We have two commissioners that have to leave at 2:45 due to weather. Can we go without a quorum? Okay. Okay. No action items. Okay, good. Yes. Thank you. Joel, please introduce the team.
Thank you so much, Chair Holova, commissioners. My name is Joel Madsen. I'm the manager of the Housing Accountability and Production Office, and excited to be here with you all this afternoon. And with the colleagues here at DICE with me, I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Rebecca Lewis. I'm a professor in planning, public policy, and management, and the director of the Institute for Policy Research and Engagement at the University of Oregon.
Great. And I'm Melissa Graciosa. I'm applied research portfolio manager, working along Rebecca at the Institute for Policy Research and Engagement at the University of Oregon. Thank you so much.
And also as part of the presentation, our teammate Palmer Mason, who I'll let him introduce himself, who's joining us online.
Thank you, Joel, and good afternoon, commissioners. Palmer Mason, DLCD's interagency coordinator. Happy to be here.
And
maybe we can see Palmer. We can get it so we can see him there also. Okay, thank you.
So this afternoon, we wanted to provide you an update on one of the legislatively directed studies from Senate Bill 1537 that our office is working on. And we will also have an opportunity to provide more general update for HAPO and highlighting more specifically our resource hub that we've been building out with our teams at the DMAPS department within DLCD. So with that, I'll just dive right in and hand it over to Dr. Lewis and Melissa.
Thank you.
Great. Again, commissioners, for your time this afternoon. So I'll give us a little brief recap on the project purpose and objectives, and I'll hand it off to my colleague, Rebecca, to share more about the key tasks and deliverables. So the purpose of this study, as Joel had mentioned, this is mandated out of Senate Bill 1537. And our directive is really two-pronged. So we are hoping that this study really addresses an opportunity to identify how to reduce state-level barriers to more housing and how to also strategically maximize or prioritize the use of existing state agency resources and programs to increase housing. So the study is being led by HAPO with the University of Oregon as a key partner in providing that research capacity. These 5 bullet points are kind of our key objectives for the study. So we want to begin by identifying and analyzing those plans, policies, programs, procedures that impact housing production and assess the effectiveness in reducing or eliminating administrative and regulatory barriers. We also hope to gather diverse perspectives from a range of interested parties from across the state and really be walking hand in hand with HAPO and other studies mandated out of 1537 to consider that research and finding. We're also hoping that we end with an actionable recommendations as part of our deliverables, which Rebecca will detail more.
Thank you, commissioners. So our research started with some literature review, document analysis of previous studies that already exist on barriers to housing production, especially from the state level in Oregon and other states. So drawing on some research from places like Washington and Pennsylvania that have already done some detailed analysis of how state agencies are related to barriers in producing housing. We have developed an inventory of all of the programs, policies, procedures, regulations that affect housing production from 10 state agencies that I'll describe in just a moment. We identified over 100 different programs, policies, and procedures that we are analyzing in greater detail. So we are using a survey that is going out to multiple groups of interested parties. It actually launched yesterday, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. We're conducting some interviews with state agency staff to better understand how their programs work and where there might be opportunities for reducing barriers and for aligning resources. We'll be conducting some focus groups of interested parties in the winter, where we'll get together different groups to kind of talk through some of the challenges that we're seeing, to ultimately tie together all of these research methods in a program and policy analysis that focuses on developing implications and recommendations for this legislative report. So we developed a survey that has gone out to nonprofit organizations, public sector organizations from all kinds of different types that are touching housing production, as well as to private developers. It launched yesterday. It will be available on DLCD's website, but it's gone out directly to a lot of different contacts, and we're happy to share it with others. We really want to get good and diverse participation in the survey. Next slide. Yes. So we're thinking about housing production as a process that goes all the way from adding land to the urban growth boundary to a certificate of occupancy for someone living in a unit. So this includes land development and readiness, as well as state financing and technical assistance in a variety of different formats. It includes infrastructure, and it also relates to development requirements, process, and permitting at a state level. We'll hear a little bit more about a complementary study that focuses on the local level that we're also involved in, but this one focuses explicitly on the state level. So these are the agencies that we are evaluating. There are a few things that are kind of off the table, but these are the agencies that we are looking at. So DLCD, the Building Codes Division within DCBS, OHCS, DEQ in a variety of programs, ODOT, Business Oregon, specifically the Drinking Water Services Program from OHA, Department of State Lands, Oregon Heritage, particularly related to historic preservation, and then Regional Solutions. We have we have put together a work group from representatives from each of these agencies that are helping us along the way. So we're meeting with them roughly quarterly to help weigh in on some of the ways that we're structuring the research and help us make sure that we understand their program. So they helped us verify the list of programs that exist within their agency and how they're related to housing production, and will be involved in helping us think about how we are articulating these recommendations. So ultimately, we'll be putting together a comprehensive report summarizing our findings, analysis, and recommendations. These are meant to be actionable, both through recommendations for state agencies and the legislature. And as you'll see on the next slide, this report is due to the legislature on September 15th of 2026. And to remind you, these are focused on both reducing barriers to housing production as well as maximizing the use of state resources and things like technical support and assistance, as well as financial resources for housing production. There will be multiple opportunities to weigh in on our recommendations in our report throughout the timeline and the process, and a chance to provide it to the commission. Another thing we want to note and acknowledge is that we're working in partnership with the governor's office, the director, and the commission through our partners at HAPO within this research, and we'll be providing the report and recommendations for public comment and review prior to the report going to the legislature. And I think we wanted to pause here for any questions on this part before Joel talks about the HAPO Resource Hub.
Commissioners, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. Since we hear a lot about this, especially from local government, and I know that you kind of gave us an umbrella, but are you specifically working like with local planning directors, local building officials, in county commissioners, city council, mayors, et cetera, because those are the folks that have the boots on the ground, and they're getting it from developers or others, and not getting that view would be somewhat limiting. And I know as commissioners, we continually get, it's XYZ agency does whatever.
Chair Halova, Commissioner Bennett, thank you for your question. We have sent the survey directly out to city planners, public works directors, building officials, some administrators, city and county administrators working through the League of Oregon Cities and Association of Oregon Counties and their email lists. And so we have engaged them directly, but encourage that anyone who's contacting you to please fill out our survey and share their experiences and their stories so that we can use that to inform our recommendations.
Commissioner Thompson.
I would urge you to include every member of every city council and every county board of commissioners, because sometimes if you just get the chair, you don't get the full picture. Not to tell you how to do your job, but just trying to be helpful.
And it's interesting because I feel like everyone honed in on their area, which I was like, I just saw the developer part. Which I was going to say something about a lot of times we get, I would say in our context at the state here specifically, we get a certain segment of the development community, which is like one sliver of the development community. And so I really hope we are hitting the whole spectrum of real estate developers. And a lot of times they're not engaged actually in anything we do here. So.
Sure, if I may just respond to that. One of the core focuses of HAPO is really to be building out that relationship with development community more broadly. And so, we're leaning into the contact that our office has provided, and then also key industry groups that we've been in touch with. So I think there was over 1,000 initial email addresses. And just in 24 hours, I'm hearing like 50 surveys have been completed already. So this survey will be open here for a few weeks. And it's only one element that's going to help inform the study, right? So we still want to, this is hopefully going to be really informative, but we look forward to that continued engagement with broad interested parties, both at the local jurisdiction level, development community, and beyond.
And have we posted on LinkedIn this survey call for?
We will be working with our comms folks over the next couple of days. We just received the link, I think yesterday afternoon, for the survey to go live. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm given Joel's background, I'd be surprised if this wasn't being addressed, but are you going into this planning to bifurcate for affordable housing or subsidized housing developers, or are you waiting to see, is that part of this, or are you waiting to see whether or not there are any differences in barriers that might come up for those types of mission-focused developers?
Vice Chair Lazo, we are setting the survey up in a way that will let us compare across different groups. That's how we've done these studies in the past, so that we can look at whether there's statistical differences in the perspectives of the private sector, the public sector, and the nonprofit sector, and then develop actionable recommendations. So when we get to the focus group stage after the survey, we anticipate trying to set the focus groups up in a way to gather these diverse perspectives. So whether that means bringing nonprofits together in one group, or whether we're hosting these regionally, because we want to make sure that we're hearing from all corners of the state in this as well, and hearing from providers that are, producers that are working across the state. So, but that is definitely something that will be part of our analysis. Thank you.
I'm the everything east of the Cascades representative. Please just don't hold it in Bend and say, well, we've covered Eastern Oregon. Will be extremely insulting to half of my constituency. That is Central Oregon, and it's east of the Cascades, but I would encourage you to reach out to the smaller hinterlands, the provinces, if you would.
Commissioner Bennett, thank you. We will be hosting all of the focus groups online to allow for maximum engagement, but really we'll appreciate your help and would love your help in making sure that we get people to show up in those regional groups to weigh in. Thank you.
Yeah. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair Hollova. Also want to acknowledge Palmer's role in this and has been our kind of lead internal to HAPO. So thanking him for his coordination and focus on this project. Included in your packets was a visual diagram of kind of the three different areas that we are engaging in interagency coordination. What we just spoke about was one of those three, right, in this program and policy evaluation. As a reminder, our office is also engaging in our state housing interagency partnership, which is really intended to be agency-led recommendations that can help boost housing production. And then the third area that our office focuses around interagency coordination is really at the project level, where our navigation teammates within HAPO work directly with local jurisdictions or with housing producers to navigate the complexities of a particular program or policy that they have in front of them. And that's really comes in through our intake process that we have, which I'm going to highlight here in a moment. So I wanted to help to connect those dots between kind of the three focus areas of where our office is leaning into that interagency coordination across the enterprise for housing production. I'm going to transition into highlighting the office's resource hub, and it's connected to, in part, some of the work that we're doing on the study, particularly around the inventory of state resources. So this has been a fascinating project. Teammate Lauren Dressen has really been helping to lead this in concert with the data management and production staff within DLCD. And so I'm going to share with you some screenshots of what is actually a live online resource for our office, which is this centralized website for housing developers and local governments, and where we host a suite of tools and resources that highlight some of the work of our office. This is just a screenshot of the landing page. You can see the total number of housing inquiries that have been submitted to date. Since January, I should say, of 2025. And it also includes those that are, not just land use related, but includes our colleagues associated with our colleagues at the Building Codes Division. And that's this reminder, our office is a joint office between the Department of Land Conservation and Development and the Building Codes Division at Department of Consumer and Business Services. So we're highlighting the inquiry data. So like what sort of inquiries are we receiving? And you can see here the breakout of inquiries via topic. You'll note that these numbers are less than
Commissioner Thompson.
Sorry, I can't read the print on there, and neither can Commissioner Bennett. So if you could read those topic areas, that'd be great.
Sure, Hollova, Commissioner Thompson, absolutely. We've broken up our inquiry topics in 4 primary areas that we continue to track. One of those at the top there is land use, planning, and land division. The second is navigation of state policies and procedures. We have a general category, which is the third one down, and the fourth one down is related to building codes and building department potential issue. I do want to acknowledge the difference in like total number of complaints that we just saw on the previous slide and what we have here. This data tracking is specific to those that have come in through the inquiry specific form that HAPO has that allows us to have this data highway on the resource hub. So this is real-time information when you go to the link, shows you exactly how many inquiries or complaints have come in through the intake form and these types. There is other work that occurs within the Building Codes Division in particular that we still want to catalog as inquiries and complaints, but it's not part of this data highway that we're able to see at this point. It's one of those efforts we continue to lean in with our partners at Building Codes Division to really have common data, common information that we can share.
Do you imagine, if you could go back to that there'll be new categories that will break out over time that are more that are different than land use, building code, and navigating?
Sure, Hollova and commissioners, this really emphasizes the statutory focus of our office. We can have more detail, and that's part of our efforts to really catalog the data. But these really are the buckets that are core to our office's focus. I don't envision those growing at the kind of dashboard level, but we can obviously have more information associated with those complaints that come in.
And the reason I asked, it doesn't need to grow. I was like, over time, the issues might change, but if these are these are the buckets, then that makes sense. Commissioner Bennett.
Joel, I'm thinking back to the previous presentation where that we seem to have adequate land inventory out there, and yet it rises to, I barely can see, 147, I think, there. And I'm trying to, in my mind, reconcile and making sure there's this almost Oregon myth about land use that there's no land available and because it's all the land use system. And I'm just trying to see is there a safeguard in there that says, give us some examples, or, as a developer, I'm going to just write down my number one problem is land divisions. If you understand what I'm saying there, I don't know if I really made that clear, but I see that we've been continually on this path, and this morning we had a really good presentation which confirmed what I actually believe, that there was plenty of land out there, and it's maybe use of it, but
I mean, these are specific issues that a specific landowner or something has, right? Or how would you describe these? The use of land use in that way?
Commissioner Bennett, it may actually be a good segue to the next slide, because the next slide emphasizes who we're actually receiving inquiry data from. So I just shared about the topic areas. You can see here, if I may go from the top to bottom again, the blue is local governments or a representative from local government. The green is a developer or developer representative. And then the lighter blue is other interested party. Yellow is an owner or owner's authorized agent dealing with the permit or the permit applicant. And then the orange is another state agency that may be reaching out to us. So I wanted to highlight this because, Commissioner, to your point, what we're seeing from our engagements with local jurisdictions, it's really about kind of more informal inquiries about the application of the existing housing law. Right. And we see a significantly higher number of these inquiries to date that have come into our office coming from the local jurisdiction, local government, seeking that guidance from our office. Our engagement with developers and developer representatives has been, I'll admit, I thought it would be almost as equivalent, if not more, to date. It emphasizes our need to continue to build that relationship with the development community to make sure they're aware of the resource of our office. And similarly, those are, from housing producers that are wondering about it's more at a project level, I would say, generalizing, that those inquiries are coming in. So local government inquiries are maybe a more broad level about application of housing laws into their codes, not necessarily a housing development specific inquiry. And then of course the developer representative is more typically on a housing specific development application inquiry. Does that kind of get to your question? Yeah.
Chair Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. And that really fits my experience too, because it's such a complex system that people want to make sure they're getting it right. And you're the designated experts, so you can help them navigate, I imagine, would account for some of that.
Chair Holloway and Commissioner, that our goal is to work in collaboration with local jurisdiction housing producers to navigate that complexity that we have. And yet we do have a responsibility to ensure that state laws are being implemented effectively across the state. So, but I just wanted to emphasize that importance and focus of collaboration first. And we're doing that through this intake and inquiry process, but also through our technical assistance program, where we're being proactive in our investments, We have an element of our technical assistance program where we're reactive, so helping to get to voluntary compliance. And then we have another aspect of our technical assistance really around that guidance focus.
Vice Chair has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Joel, this actually might be a good moment since you're talking about local governments. I was maybe going to save this kind of for a general question, but I just wanted to bring this up because there was a letter that came in from one of the jurisdictions as part of the ONA process, but it included a reference to the Housing Accountability Office that I wanted to bring forward. And I'll tell you that I bring it forward in light of my experience in part as the executive director at the Fair Housing Council of Oregon. With a name like the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, we got a lot of phone calls that were just about things that we didn't do or couldn't do. And so it struck me that you folks might be put in that same kind of position that we really need to make clear to folks, what is the office's purview? What are they intended to do? And this was from one of the jurisdictions that said, HAPO staff has told cities to consult with our legal counsel and that the department cannot provide any technical assistance, guidance, or interpretation of the rules. You talk about navigating, but I think there's a fine line between sort of navigating and, as I said, when I was at the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, people often asked us to bless their fair housing, thing, and we said we don't do that. So, I'm not sure if there's a misunderstanding with some jurisdictions about what the purview of the office is. I don't know if that's something that you could address from your experience so far.
Chair Halava, Vice Chair, I guess in addition to, I think what you're referencing in our outreach with local jurisdictions, I think there is a concern or frustration around just the nature of we're not able to provide legal advice as an office. That's not our role. We can provide guidance and support, but at the end of the day, any of that can't be construed as legal advice. And so that still puts the onus on a local jurisdiction to navigate that complexity. And that's the nature of the world that we live within, and not a preference necessarily from our office. So again, I think it just really emphasizes how we need to lean into those opportunities for technical assistance, technical guidance, where we can. And then a finer point, we're statutorily not authorized to engage in issues that are in private litigation or have been appealed to LUBA.
Good.
A thumbs up from legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Advancing here to the next other kind of data point, this is status of our inquiries. So those inquiries that we've been able to close out and versus those that we're still working on as a team. Also excited to see this kind of map of where around the state are we engaging with folks in our office's work. So in that live link that you may peruse at some point, you're actually able to click on the county itself and see more information about those particular inquiries. So you'll see again the types of inquiries or the who's reaching out for that engagement with our office. So in particular, I'm kind of excited to see that there's, I think I'm counting them quickly, there's 6 counties that we haven't had engagements with, but otherwise that leaves 30 counties that where our office has been engaging with folks across the state. This is one of those I've mentioned a couple of times. Colleagues here at IPRE mentioned. Included in that centralized resource hub is this inventory of state programs that touch housing production. This is a live inventory that allows folks to search by a particular keyword, but also can filter. If you're looking for infrastructure related funding, you can filter it down to that. If you're looking for acquisition resources, so it's a interactive resource hub that pulls in all of the state's targeted programs toward housing production in one central location for information. And it links to the relevant program pages across the state enterprise, but it's a one-stop location for a developer or local jurisdiction that's working to advance housing to answer that question of what's available at the state of Oregon for housing production and under what category. So again, compliments to the team across DLCD and the data to make this happen. A lot of research from our navigation and coordination wing of HAPO, so Lauren Dressen and Kieran Turnbull. And then this is also that start of, we're not starting from scratch in the studies and the work that we're doing with our colleagues at IPRE. We were able to use this initial research to just get the study kicked off. So there's been a lot of interaction back and forth about how we're updating this and having this as the baseline of our future work. So it's really exciting to see it all in one place. I know as a prior developer focus, I was like, I could only wish I would have had that before. The other aspect.
Sorry to interrupt. I was saying I had a conversation with Joel yesterday about how it'd be great to have like one page on our website, which has all of our guidance, tools, databases, just one page. And it had like these with like a little description so that if anybody asks anything, you just go to this one page and there would be a link to that one, for example. Because that's what triggered me to say it again was you saying that we're not starting from scratch, because that's one of my biggest issues I have is I constantly hear people like, and we're starting from a blank paper. What do people need to increase housing? And I was like, no, we have so many of these and we need to add to them, not create, it's just waste a lot of people's time. So I'm really happy to see the start of these different things. And I think just having it in one area would be good also. Vice Chair.
I'll go one step further on a wish list. What strikes me is having this sort of repository of resources. I can go through and thumb through there and try and figure out what I might need. But if and this is probably isn't in the purview of the state, but if there was an AI model that could say, if I went right to that and said, I have this type of development and I have this type of question that could point me to the resources, and I'm looking for this kind of funding, it could point you to the resource that actually fit. You've got it kind of, broken down that way, funding source, who's eligible and all that. But, if you had a natural AI opportunity, you could ask it, tell it your situation, and it could point you to the resources. So again, that's today's moment.
Chair Halava, Vice Chair, I encourage you to take a look at that live link because there's more to it than what I'm just showing in these screenshots. I'm not going to claim it's AI or that I'm AI, but there are abilities to, again, if you're wanting to see just resources that are for acquisition, like you can click on, it's a button that's not on the screen, but it's further to the right, and it would actually only show you those that target acquisition, right? Or as I mentioned, infrastructure. Similarly, it would only show you those programs that are infrastructure. So it moves us in that direction.
I was going to add to your AI. Once these things are all in the same general zone, then one could use AI externally to use these links. Yeah.
The last element of the resource hub that we highlight is our work around the development and design flexibilities to development and design standards. This was a provision of Senate Bill 1537 that directed these flexibilities to be occurring all across the state. And our office is charged with receiving and analyzing those requests from local jurisdictions to utilize their local processes to achieve the same flexibilities to design and development standards versus adopting the requirements from Senate Bill 1537. So this is a interactive, again, portion of our website that shows where have we received those requests from particular jurisdictions to utilize their local processes to achieve the same results versus where is the state required process in play. So it also allows folks that are interested in those particular requests to our office to submit public comment directly through this website and to track the status as it moves from application received to public comment to decision made. So again, just another interactive resource to show how that's applying across the state. So those were the highlights that I wanted to share of the HAPO Resource Hub, which touch on a few areas of focus of our office. thank you for the opportunity to provide some of these highlights. I'm happy to stick around and answer any other questions folks may have.
Any other questions on the HAPO office or what was presented today? Good. Yeah, it's great. Exciting.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Palmer. Okay. So we have one more agenda item, which is agenda item number 10, public comment. And I have one in person and then let's see, 1, 2, 6 on online. Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Sorry, I was just conferring with my colleague here. People from this part of the dais down have a harder time seeing the screens. Just as a matter of input. So if there's a way, because I really wanted to see that.
Yeah, I couldn't see it either though.
Oh, you couldn't either?
No.
Okay.
So that's I have my computer here. I can't see.
And I don't know if without spending money, if they had like a TV screen that you could put like a 65-inch one right there in front of that.
Yeah. So I think we all have, I don't use it, but the what is it called? The electronics that they gave us that I don't use. The tablet.
They're pretty big.
Okay.
But
that's to me, that's we can look into that. But I was saying for me, that's getting it as close to my face as possible.
I've asked for an iPad, but nobody's.
I think that's too fancy for Deputy Director.
Again.
Yes, Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, I didn't want to interrupt during the meeting, but hopefully you have the printouts too of the PowerPoint. I don't mean to say like, hey, you should look at the printouts, but that is an additional resource, knowing that it can be hard to read.
They're usually in the packet. I didn't look.
So that's our sort of low cost workaround right now.
And unfortunately, though, Deputy Director, on some of the presentations, they missed a few of them on ours when I noticed and so we're trying to catch up and figure out what's going on when you're doing that. So it's a little bit of a challenge, that is a tool, but I do want to point that out.
I saw that got away yesterday, Chair Halova, Commissioner Bennett. Thank you. We all noted when that happened, and that manager knows that they've changed their slide deck after the fact, after the print, which is not a best practice. So sorry about that. But generally, we do try to lock them, print them, so you have exactly what's on the screen. Our apologies.
Those last ones we didn't have printed, but maybe that's what we do. Make sure we have the printed. And or the tablet that they gave us, which is not an iPad, but it is a tablet of some sort. Yeah. Can you use your mic?
I was gonna say on the last one, if maybe the slide heading is along the top, smaller, and then just made everything else below bigger, I think everyone would have been able to see it, but it was hard.
Yeah, that's good also to change that for the audience, is to make sure it's bigger font. Yeah. Okay, so we have 7 people, I think, with us. Roger Kay is from Friends of Marion County, is here in person. We're going to start off with them. And I think we have 3 minutes. Is it 3 or 2? I don't know what we're set up for. 3.
Is there a button to press? Oh, I guess it's live.
No, it's on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Speak up here. Had a lot of trouble hearing back there. So if the people come up here from the table need to speak directly into the microphone, and so does the commission, because I'm only in the back. It's a small room, 3rd row back, can hardly hear. I know I'm older, but I don't wear hearing aids, so that's something that you might consider in the future.
Yes, thank you.
And, for the record, my name is Roger Kay, President, Friends of Marion County. We are an independent 501c3 farmland protection organization founded in 1998. Our mission is to protect farm and forest land, parks, and open space in Marion County. FMOC supports the Commission's work in its effort to modernize rules supporting protections of farm and forest land as recommended by DLCD staff. there are several areas which should be addressed by the staff. So I'm going to just briefly mention 6 that I discovered. The first one is rezoning based on soils analysis. Homes must only be approved on poor soils by a registered soil scientist and only after review by a different qualified soil scientist. And number 2, replacement dwellings. Huge mansions are replacing modest homes and overwhelming the farmland that is substantially lost. And number 3, non-farm dwellings. Approval of non-farm dwellings based on a survey of adjacent properties affects all farmland in this area. Farm dwellings, the $80,000 standard is abused because the farm dwellings are approved and built before the income is earned. Home occupations, applications are being approved where the majority of the activity takes place outside the confines of the dwelling. And 3, CACFUs, which are, I'm sure everyone is familiar with that acronym, commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. This use stretches the meaning of the term. There is no requirement that a farm practice occurs on the property. And I want to thank the commission. I know you have a lot of issues before your plate, but protecting farm and forest land is our primary issue. And we represent a lot of people who live in rural Oregon who aren't necessarily concerned about housing production, but are very concerned about the loss of farmland and the pressures that housing has placed on that farmland. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. So we have 6 people online, and I'm going to read it all out loud so you know where you are in the list. Rory and Mike, Derek, Eve, Catherine, and Hope. So first, Rory Isbell from Central Oregon Land Watch.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Halova and commissioners. My name is Rory Isbell. I'm the Rural Lands Program Director with Central Oregon Land Watch. We saw the department's communication a couple of weeks ago stating that the farm stand rulemaking is now complete. With that behind us, we hope there is no delay in initiating the next phase of the department's Farm and Forest Modernization Program rulemaking. The need for this rulemaking on
Hold on one second. If you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, you're back.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just muted automatically, somewhat
Sorry about that.
strangely. Thanks.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
okay.
we're trying to get your visual on, so that happened by accident. Okay, go on.
Okay, so the need for rulemaking specifically on the use of private soils reports to contradict the NRCS has never been greater. The rapid conversion of farmland to luxury sprawl and industrial uses in Central Oregon continues. And that is a result of the department's existing rules, which allow speculators to buy their way out of Goal 3 protections. The legislature has entrusted LCDC with regulatory authority over the use and preservation of resource lands, and Oregonians need strong leadership from this commission to ensure that the promise of Goal 3 and Goal 4 are fulfilled. So we look forward to supporting the department in this crucial rulemaking in 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next is Mike McCarthy from Ag for Oregon.
Yeah, Chair Halova and members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to have a couple minutes. I represent Ag for Oregon, farmers and ranchers and forest landowners who are interested in working for better protections of our resource lands. I want to share a couple thoughts with you after 46 years of working on farm and forest land protection in Oregon. The legislature has added or tried to add non-natural resource uses, mostly residential and commercial uses, to farm and forest land almost every session since the beginning of the program. Oregonians in Action Now, Oregon Property Owners Association, and others have tried to destroy the program wholesale or piecemeal for 40 years. The results of these added uses that have been added over time is escalating farmland prices beyond their resource value. And what's happening is a value is being put on potential uses and that's being built into the price. Farms with significant developed tourism infrastructure or non-farm commercial infrastructure sell for as much now as $300,000 an acre. This is making farmland only accessible to the wealthiest. This is becoming an exclusive, elitist-only undertaking to farm. Farmland only stays in farm use long-term if no other uses are allowed. All other uses are potentially more profitable, so lands will be converted if protections are reduced. Farmland only stays affordable for next generation farmers for food production if no other uses are allowed on those lands. Couple of interesting facts from the USDA. Direct on-farm sales count for 0.1% of farm sales. Most farms have off-farm income, a second income. More, and this is a USDA figure again, more income is made by farm families with off-farm income than on-farm income. We should not change the farmland protections because some are not currently profitable. Some claim the land use system is out of date. In the face of global and national farmland losses, drought, food shortages, population increase, habitat loss, aquifer drawdown, and climate impacts, protecting these lands from fragmentation and conversion is more important than ever. It's time to move ahead with improving conservation of farm and forest land at DLCD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Derek Baker from Housing Land Advocates. Okay, he's being transferred right now into the Zoom.
Good afternoon. I just have some brief comments on behalf of Housing Land Advocates. My name is Derek Baker. I am providing public comment on behalf of HLA, a nonprofit organization that advocates for land use policies to ensure an adequate supply of affordable housing for all Oregonians. HLA agrees with the points made by Thousand Friends that Sherwood West's UGB expansion proposal relied in part on regional need for affordable housing, and that despite this regional need, Sherwood has applied for exemptions to nearly all of the mandatory adjustment provisions under SB 1537, which are designed to facilitate the construction of affordable housing. If granted all of these exemptions, Sherwood would be able to impose costly and time-consuming review processes, including what appear to be discretionary variance procedures on proposed affordable housing developments. Such an approach would allow Sherwood to, for example, weaponize various variance standards that may not be clear and objective, and which disincentivize the construction of affordable housing rather than meeting the needs that HLA has highlighted for years in regards to Sherwood. That the city has consistently failed to provide housing for low-income individuals who are a proxy for protected classes. LCDC's promise to use the planning process to correct Sherwood's past actions while approving the UGB expansion may be yet another empty gesture if the exemptions are approved without closer examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Eve Goldman from 1,000 Friends of Oregon.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Halava and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Eve Goldman. I'm a staff attorney with 1,000 Friends of Oregon. My testimony is going to be related to that just brought up by Derek at Housing Land Advocates. As this commission knows, Metro proposed expanding Sherwood's existing urban growth boundary to incorporate nearly 1,300 acres of the urban reserve known as Sherwood West, justified in part on a regional need for more affordable and diverse housing. And we're currently awaiting the commission's written decision on this matter. I'm testifying today to call to the commission's attention the City of Sherwood's application for exemptions to nearly all mandatory adjustments in SB 1537, Governor Tina Kotek's housing bill. These mandatory adjustments were designed and intended to improve the feasibility and flexibility of housing production within existing Oregon cities. In essence, to make it easier for developers to build affordable and diverse housing. After Sherwood, Metro, this commission, and both advocates and opponents of the UGB expansion proposal spent considerable time, money, and resources into this proposal, in part based on a regional need for more diverse and affordable housing. Sherwood has requested exemptions for 21 out of the 23 mandatory adjustments listed in SB 1537, Section 38. Again, adjustments intended to facilitate the opportunity for more diverse housing production. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for all the work that you do.
Thank you. And I had a question for, I don't know, the director who, that exemption process that's being referred to is through whose department? Okay, it's the one that Joel had. Okay. It's the one that was just up here for HAPO. Okay. Next up is Catherine Jernstead from Jernstead Farms. Okay, we're going to come back to her. Hope Siegel Vatcher from LWLC.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Hope. I'm speaking today on behalf of Landwatch Lane County, a small nonprofit organization that works primarily on preventing unlawful development on farm and forest lands and works to protect farm and forest land for farm and forest uses. Today, I'd like to urge you to continue working on the top priorities outlined in the Farm and Forest Modernization Program. The plan to address 3 of the most pressing issues identified by the technical working group, those being replacement dwellings, non-farm dwellings, and soil science issues, would provide long overdue updates to Oregon's land use planning system. In Lane County, we're very hopeful that the modernization program will remedy weaknesses in farm and forest land protection that have been exploited for years by developers to urbanize our resource lands. We believe strong rules are essential to protect our vanishing farm and forest lands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then I have another added person, James Babson from Landwatch Lane County. We're waiting for him to get on. In the meantime, Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to bring up Joel's resource map. Resource Hub is live, and you can actually go to it and see. If you click on Sherwood, you can see the application that folks have been providing public comment about. It's still right. It's live. Yeah, and you can scroll through. It's really nice. You can scroll through and see the application and the different areas that folks have been making reference to.
Thank you. Okay, James.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to register as a testifier. I'm just watching, and everyone has pretty much covered the points I would have made. So thanks.
Thank you. And so then the last person is back to Catherine Jernstead from Jernstead Farms. Okay, she's not there. Okay. I think that unless someone tells me there's more public testimony, that is the conclusion of the public testimony. So thank you, staff, for all the hard work you did putting into this monumental series of meetings. Commissioners, please remember to complete the agenda scorecard found in your folder before you leave today. Staff find feedback about the meeting logistics and process very helpful. The next public LCDC meeting will be held jointly with the Water Resource Commission and Salem on February 26th and 27th. Details for participation will be made available on the DLCD website in advance of the meeting. And with that, we are adjourned.